Okay, the time is 5:30. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting of December 16th to order. If members of the audience could turn their phones off or to vibrate so as not to disrupt the meeting, that would be greatly appreciated. We will go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Can Councilmember Raskin please do that?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And land acknowledgement is Councilmember Negrete. Would you be okay to do the land acknowledgement? Great.
The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of the Tovangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges that the Gabrieleño Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Curuvanga, a village that we know as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrieleño descendants who are part of the Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers and Kuyam guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The city of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrieleño Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
Great. Clerk, if you could take a roll call of members present.
Councilmember Negrete.
Here.
Councilmember Hall.
Present.
Councilmember Raskin.
Here.
Councilmember Snell.
Here.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick is currently absent. Mayor Chorosis.
Here.
And we have a quorum. And for the record, most council members are here in person. There's no longer a teleconference location. And next item, Levine Act disclosures. Will any council members be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act or for other matters?
So I will be, this is not a Levine Act disclosure or recusal, but I will be recusing tonight from items 10A and 12B through E, the digital signage matters. My law firm represents a billboard company, Outfront Media, which owns 2 non-digital billboards in Santa Monica, and our firm represents them in land use matters and other jurisdictions. Neither I nor my firm have any financial interest in the matters before the council tonight. Nevertheless, out of an abundance of caution, I will be recusing.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Great. I also want to do a little agenda management. I'd love if someone would want to make a motion to hear the mayor's highlight after agenda item 1A, general public input, as there are members of the city staff here for that, and to the remaining half of closed session items after the 16 items. Can the interim city attorney state which items we're going to hear after the end of the public agenda?
Yes, items 5F, 5G, 5H, and 5I.
And third part of this motion, we would love a motion to hear item 11A, major events, and 12A, self-certification pilot, as we have a lot of members of the public, before 10A, digital display district.
So moved.
I'll second it. Snap berries.
Great. Can we do a voice vote, clerk?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? No. Great. That ayes have it. We will now move on to general public input and comment on special agenda items. It appears as though we have 13, please correct, 5. Is it 5 speakers for this item?
5 people in person and 2 callers.
Got it. Jeff Wynn, Jerry Rubin, Denise Barton, Jonathan Foster, if you could come up.
Hello. I've spoken with council members Zernitskaya and Negretti about this before, but wanted to bring it up to everybody. I'm a resident of the Sea Castle Apartments in the affordable housing program, the moderate income program that it was called. The Sea Castle was rebuilt after the Northridge earthquake. I was a resident at that time and lost my apartment. Was able to get back in when they finally rebuilt the building. And the reason I'm here, and I had emailed both the council members about this, so hopefully they can bring more information to you guys, that we've had exorbitant rent increases the last 3 consecutive years, and it's tied to a problem related to the deed restriction when the building was built. I guess pre-2014 or 2012, there's a different formula. So my apartment and other people in the moderate income program and other places in the city, as well as my building, I've had a 9% rental increase every year for the last 3 years. That's 27%. And I'm looking at another one just under 9% again this year. So that's 36%. I'm now a senior in my 60s. I got back into that building thinking that I had a stable home in Santa Monica, and this obviously creates a problem. I did speak with the city attorney's office with Rami Gonchal last year and talked to her, and she told me that they were kind of stuck in terms of what they could do. But that maybe the city council might have an option to do something. I don't know if our building, specifically my building, if there's pressure that could be brought to them, if they're getting tax breaks, or if there's other ways that they are benefiting from the city, that maybe, you know, they're obviously doing things by the letter of the law, but not the spirit of the law. I can tell you that the market rate units in my building, people have not had, they've had 0% rent increases because they know that people would move out, whereas with the program, they obviously have a pipeline of residents. But with my next rental increase, I'll probably pass the median level for the apartments in terms of affordability. So I'm hoping.
Thank you. Jerry Rubin.
Well, thank you very, very much. Mayor Tarosis, council members, city staff, fellow Santa Monicans. I wanted to say, I know this is the last meeting of the year, and I just have this really great feeling, this hopeful feeling about next year, even with all the challenges. I swear, I don't want to give all the reasons why. I just have a really good feeling, a really amazing feeling. Right at the start of the Festival of Lights, someone put on Facebook, if you want to overcome the darkness, be a light. And that's a cool thing. And I'm not really religious, but I love Christmas, Christmas carols. Oh, Holy Night, Little Drummer Boy, bring tears to my eyes. I am a non-religious person that supports coexistence, wearing the Santa hat, and supporting all the good things the holidays can bring. Now, we had some pretty weird stuff this weekend. A lot of people I've been talking to, and you have, and we lost some really good people. Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle. Hard to imagine. Rob Reiner came to our No Kings rally here in Santa Monica. He spoke. Someone, apparently a MAGA Trump supporter, was shouting at him. And he just calmly said, listen, my friend, I'd love to talk with you, but I can't do that if you're shouting at me. And the guy just was there and quieted down and then eventually walked away. I love all of you. Here.
Thanks. Denise.
Good evening. Back to Caroline Trosis for a minute. Have you had enough pushback to step down from the position of mayor or to resign from the council altogether yet? I mean, from your and the rest of the council's actions on the housing for the severely mentally ill in Ocean, everyone now can see you're all dirty and corrupt. But by Mayor Tarosa's speech last week, it's very clear, as I said, you have a preset itinerary, and by your comment of the residents won't always like it, showing that you're here representing someone else, not the residents. I mean, how much more do the residents need to be attacked, beat up, robbed, harassed by the homeless people, and so on? Obviously not enough by you and the council's continuing defunding of the police and hiring fleas of sworn police officers. Now, if you do step down, then Jesse Zwick will be up next as mayor, who clearly has a conflict of interest being a council member due to his new place of employment, showing he too does not represent the residents either. Here's something else to think about. One of the main tourist attractions to Santa Monica was the relaxed small town image. But in this council's quest for more money, you've almost killed that. I've also heard someone commenting that there are really no stores to do Christmas shopping at in Santa Monica. And you know that retail stores do a good part of their yearly sales during the holidays. So by your actions of putting housing and taking care of the homeless above public safety, you're not doing the city any financial favors. Thank you.
Great. We have Jonathan Foster, and I'm going to call the last commenter, Sean Delgadio. Last commenter in person. We have a couple online on the phone.
Hello, Jonathan Foster. I know you probably expect me to complain, and I will, but first I wanted to start with this, if the volume's up. This was Donna Jean Godshaw. She became a singer in the Grateful Dead. She passed away this year. This is some singing of hers. She sang on Elvis's Suspicious Minds, and she sang on When a Man Loves a Woman. She's on all that. And we also, unfortunately, I've always been a Kiss fan, and this wonderful guitar player, Ace Frehley, died. I used to listen to Kiss. I would only put it on the guitar solos. And I would go to the next song, and I would only put it on the guitar solos. Ace Frehley. And for anybody that's knowledgeable about guitar and music, there's not a single guitar player that does anything quite like that. No one. So, complaining, I again was on 3rd Street. They're doing Hanukkah, and I was asked routinely, hey, are you Jewish? And no, I wasn't. And so the racist kept on walking. And I've been out there for 25 years seeing this real racist situation go on. They don't ask anybody black. They don't ask anybody Asian. I've walked up and down the side, up and down 3rd Street, watching them for years. Who do they ask? And they never ask anybody that doesn't look kind of whitish, Jewishish. Never, ever gets walked up to and asked, are you Jewish? And in 1979, I lived in Germany when the Jews were taken captive. They called my dad. I was up in the morning as my dad left to go, hopefully get the hostages back.
Sean Delgadio.
You want to let him go first?
He's not in the queue.
Okay. Put this down. So, guys, I don't want to be here. Last week I came here because approximately 5 years ago, the people at 911 Montana appealed a development of which James Brewster is overseeing as a building inspector. And the approximately 15 people never got heard. So myself and my neighbor got heard. We had George Lazenby, who, by the way, was James Bond, waiting patiently with a glass of whiskey in his hand to speak. There's 15 people never got. And last week, I had 1 minute here. They asked me, you want 2 minutes? I said, sure. I got 1 minute. So I'm going to try to hit this. Evil and Corruption is an article from the Santa Monica Daily Press 8 years ago, December 19th of 2017, written by Charles Andrews. Work swiftly, quietly, under cover of darkness, succeeding before anyone has even gotten wind of it, before it can be stopped. There are those here who have always suspected there might be nefarious intent behind what we consider the wholesale selling out of our city, not just a difference of urban planning philosophies, some corruption, maybe even actual criminal activity. Salaries are sky high for coveted city staff positions, and it takes 6 figures to get elected, even dog catcher if we have a dog catcher. Do we have a dog catcher? I don't know. Maybe there's bribery, profiteering, double dealing, wife swapping, human trafficking, gun running, drug smuggling, and quid pro quos like crazy, extortion, maybe even death threats. The latter is actually So we're here. Those who suspect something has been labeled paranoid, we need you guys over at 911 Montana. All right, that's it. That's it. This is beyond. I've made 1,000 phone calls to this city, and now I've been here. Housing discrimination. Every city, the only one we've been to every one of them. Landmark, planning, housing. So please do something about this, dude. No permits. I mean, nothing. Do I sit there? Do I talk about all the undocumented people? Who gives a shit? I'm not here to do that. These are unlicensed.
Thank you. Stephen Price.
Good evening, Council. Mr. Price, you can press *6 to unmute yourself, and your time will begin.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Council. I'm back again, and I'll just be very frank. I have no trust with the leadership of this city anymore, specifically the mayor and the new mayor pro tem. Mayor Torosis, you withheld critical information about the Ocean Avenue developments from the public. If not for Councilmember Negrete bringing this to light, residents would have had no notice, no discussion, and no opportunity for input. That is the opposite of transparency. That is concealment. And Mayor Pro Tem Zwick, at the same time you were negotiating employment with an outside organization, you voted on issues that directly affect their interests. Regardless of intent, that creates a conflict, and it destroys public trust. This is the kind of conduct people expect in a banana republic, not in Santa Monica. This city is filled with smart residents, business owners, and engaged neighbors who deserve honest representation and clean governance. We are losing our way, and it's because trust is being eroded at the very top. If you want credibility back, it starts with transparency, recusals when appropriate, and respect for the public that you serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Montgomery.
Good evening, council members. What residents have witnessed over the past few weeks should unsettle anyone who values open government. Information about major Ocean Avenue projects surfaced only by chance, not by design. Had former mayor, current council member Negrete not spoken up, the public would have remained entirely unaware until decisions were effectively baked in. That is not how civic decision-making is supposed to function. At the same time, the new mayor, pro tem, participated in votes while actively pursuing outside professional arrangements that were tied to policy outcomes before this very council. Even if technically permissible, which I doubt, his choice reflects profoundly poor judgment. Carolyn Torosis and Jesse Zwick, leadership is not measured by titles, it's measured by behavior. What we're seeing from you is opacity, miscalculation, and a disregard for public confidence. Santa Monica is not short on talent, experience, or, as we've seen tonight, civic pride. What it is short on right now is steadiness at the top. If this council wants to restore credibility, which it desperately needs to, it must demonstrate restraint, disclosure, and a renewed respect for process, not after the fact, but before decisions are made. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to public input on items under the consent calendar and closed session only. We have two speakers, Denise Barton and Harvey Etter.
Mayor, there's one caller on the phone.
And one caller. Thank you.
Good evening. On item 5A, the new POW lawsuit. I remember City Council member Zerniskaya saying, why didn't we use the money from the POW lawsuit, which, considering there are still POW lawsuits pending, is financially irresponsible and makes it look like you want the residents to have to pay for the lawsuit again. But what am I saying? Didn't the council take up a $400+ million loan, which the city can't afford with all the debt it's already holding, with the council's attitude being that the state won't make us pay it back, but what if it does? Will that be another debt the residents pay for 50 years? Then the city keeps hiring new employees, including those that came with city manager Elaine Politic, Rick Cole, and Oliver Chi, which when the city has a pension problem of having to pay out more than the city takes in, or are all the high-paid city employees, which covers all city employees and their pensions, more important than public safety? Because that's the way it looks. So with all of these actions, the council, puts on a happy face and puts out a false image of the city. Just like if you took money from the Powell lawsuit, refund from the insurance company, you just say you didn't and make the residents pay for the Powell lawsuit again. Or is your true intentions to bankrupt the city because for some reason Smurf thinks they'll have more power and control that way? Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey Eder.
Good evening. I'm Harvey Eder. I'm speaking for myself, for Public Solar Power Coalition, the Tenants Association at 12th Street, and folks trying to get justice, equity, etc., and health care. They're purging medicine and ACA and all this, and we're going to lose Social Security, cut it down, and all this. I was scheduled to speak, and they couldn't sign me up. They couldn't get a copy of the damn statement of facts, 9 pages that we gave to you all a few months ago. We gave to the city attorney's office and city manager's office. Nothing. Okay, that is in fact a complaint, and it's obstruction of justice and cover up. And I'm incorporating by reference a lawsuit by Housing and Community Development against Step Up on Second and Shangri-La, case number 24 STCV00629. I had it thrown out, and the stuff that was given to y'all that you guys have all purged. You got nothing from your staff at your clerk's office. They screwed up on trying to get me to talk before, and I'm outraged about that. That's the kind of competence. These people shouldn't be working, straight up. Now, all this stuff about 1 minute, it ain't enough, and we got to litigate if we have to. This is democracy if we can keep it, right? Okay, enough. All the stuff on climate, it was in Tuesday's LA Times on the front page. EPA said that climate has nothing to do with humans. It has nothing to do with fossil fuels, coal, oil, or gas. That is outrageous. This is an existential threat. Y'all got to take a lead in contact. We're trying to work with the air pollution district. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is real shit, and I'm sorry, the vernacular, that's the way it is. And people are dying from heart disease, and there are millions dying each year on over 55, and that's from air pollution, damn it.
Thank you. Stephen Weaver, you have 1 minute.
He didn't call in, so that was our last speaker.
Got it. Okay, before we move on to the consent calendar, I believe there was a motion to hear the mayor's highlight, and I should have heard that. So we're going to go ahead and move on to that, if that's okay, and then we'll move to the consent calendar. So it was really important for me as mayor, and I think for all of us, quite frankly, to showcase the amazing work of not just, our city leadership team who comes here and presents to us regularly, but the everyday folks who make the city run, who make it run well, who do the hard work for us, so that we can thank them and also communicate to our residents the amazing work that's going on here in the city. And so for our first highlight, I want to thank everyone who has been involved in the Ocean Avenue decommissioning of the sober living facility. So on Thanksgiving Eve, for those who don't know, residents near 413 Ocean Avenue notified the city that there appeared to be occupants in a vacant building property overnight. In response, our building and safety, code enforcement, and fire department teams conducted an inspection. Their inspection revealed that the building was occupied by approximately 58 people, and that the operator had not obtained required permits, certificate of occupancy, or a business license to operate in Santa Monica. And so all of us want to give a very big thank you for working tirelessly over Thanksgiving weekend when you could have been with your families. Everett Gonzalez, James Brewster, Kwang Huang, and Alex Martinet for working over the Thanksgiving holiday and taking swift action to protect the health and safety of the occupants. And do you guys mind coming up near the podium? We want to see your beautiful faces and give you an opportunity to say something. I just want to say that your collective responsiveness and commitment went above and beyond really above and beyond what anyone could reasonably expect, especially heading into the holiday weekend, and speaks volumes about your dedication to the city. This was a very unusual scenario, I think one that maybe none of us had dealt with prior. It unfolded in real time, and each of you brought your expertise, your professionalism, and problem-solving skills to bear in navigating a very challenging situation. So for that, we are very grateful. You figured it out for us and did the hard work. So just all of us want to say a big thank you. And I know we don't clap here, but I think maybe it would be okay if we gave a little clap. Wait. Don't leave. Hold on. Do any of you want to say anything and just introduce yourselves and tell the public what department you're in?
My name is Everett Gonzalez. I'm with the City of Santa Monica Code Enforcement Department.
Thank you. We love code enforcement.
I'm James Brewster, City of Santa Monica Inspection Supervisor.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Kwang Wang, Building and Safety, Electrical Plan Checker.
Amazing.
Alex Martinez, Fire Department, Fire Prevention Bureau.
Thank you for keeping us safe. We have some certificates for you, and I think, would it be okay to take a picture? Okay, I'm going to bring them down. We'll do it quick. You guys stay up here.
Middle or?
Thank you. Thank you. Here, I need to make sure that we have. Wait, don't leave, guys. Councilmember Negrete.
I just wanted to say thank you, and also thank you to the neighbors. And also I wanted to say thank you to our city manager, Oliver Chi. I got that text on a Wednesday. The folks did not know how to report that. Is that a 311 reportable action, or do you just text your mayor or council members? And so my phone call was in the middle of Thanksgiving feast at St. Monica's, but Oliver stepped into action and hobbled together this team, and the neighbors watched literally outside as you guys showed up immediately. So I also just wanted to say thank you to Oliver for responding so quickly and being so available to all of us. So thank you.
And thank you, Councilmember Negrete, for taking the information and elevating it to the city and making sure that we solved this. I know that you were instrumental in that, so thank you as well. And thank you, staff. We appreciate each and every one of you. We know this job is hard, and we are so grateful for you. Okay. So moving on, we will now go to the consent calendar. All the items here are going to be approved in one motion unless, do we have any pulls on any of the items under the consent calendar? No, great. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, we also we have some redevelopment successor agency items. So
My apologies. So we want a motion and a second to combine the council and redevelopment successor agency item as well.
So moved.
And clerk, can you announce the payment for the meeting as the redevelopment successor agency and conduct roll call?
The council will receive no dollars per meeting as the redevelopment successor agency. And I think I heard a motion from Councilmember Hall, but I didn't hear a second.
Second.
Okay. Okay, so let us vote first. Agency member Negrete. This is to combine the consent calendar. Agency member Hall.
Yes.
Agency member Raskin.
Yes.
Agency member Snell.
Yes.
Agency member Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Zwick.
Yes.
And Chair Terosis.
Yes.
Okay, and then as of now, I did not receive any requests to pull items, but I do need to read a correction on the record. So for item 4I, this is the December 9th, 2025 minutes. On page 5, under closed session 5A, the correction is that the item was pulled from the agenda and that it was not heard. So if there is a motion and second to...
I'll make a motion to approve item 4I, 5I. rather.
Well, this would be the whole.
The whole consent
the whole-
calendar.
the whole
And
consent.
but you said you were pulling something.
No, I was just reading a correction.
Oh, okay. So
I make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay. And just for the record, the council is not pulling any other consent items?
No.
Okay. Okay, so I'll do a roll call vote. Council agency member Zerniskaya,
Yes.
council agency member Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Chair Pro Tem Zwick,
Yes.
council agency member Raskin,
Yes.
council agency member Hall,
Yes.
council agency member Negrete,
Yes.
and Mayor and Chair Trosis.
yes,
Motion passes.
great. Now, if the clerk could call the closed session item and our interim city attorney after that can give us a return time.
Okay. 5A is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation for the various John Does listed under 5A. 5B is existing litigation between the city and ICSOP. 5C is existing litigation between the city and Nareen Sulahian Keshishian. 5D is potential initiation of litigation involving SMF Property Holdings LLC, Santa Monica EV Holdings, and Waymo LLC. 5E is existing litigation between the city and Measure LC Defense et al. 5F, existing litigation between the city and La Brea Washington Co. LLC. 5G is conference with real estate negotiator regarding 1217 Euclid Street. Owner of record is the city, and city negotiators are Natalie Verlinich, Interim Director of Housing and Human Services, and parties to be negotiated with are Sarah Letts, Executive Director of Hollywood Community Housing Corporation. 5H is existing litigation between the city and Stanford Neighbors Against City Overreach. 5A, significant exposure to litigation. And the last item is 5J, consider appointment of unrepresented employee and conference with labor negotiation. City negotiator is the mayor/city manager, and the employee is city clerk/interim city clerk.
So we expect to return in 1 hour, and just for the record, as consistent with agenda management from earlier, items 5F, G, H, and I will be conducted later.
Great, so we will see everyone back no earlier than 7:02. Do you want to do it? Come up with something. You want to do it? I just told to come. Okay. Okay, everyone, we are back. It is 7:39. Apologies for our delay here. Okay, City Attorney, is there anything to report out of closed session?
All matters were heard, but no reportable action taken.
All matters.
All matters in this section.
Yeah, great. We will now move to public input on the, oh, my apologies. Does the city manager have a city manager report before we get into this?
We have a brief report for the mayor and the city council. First, can you believe this is our last meeting of calendar year 2025? What a terrific time we're about to embark on as we enter the holiday season. We hope that everyone enjoys a terrific next couple of weeks as we move towards the start of 2026. A couple of quick updates. First, Hanukkah in Santa Monica kicked off on Sunday with a nightly menorah lighting on the promenade at sundown. That will continue through this coming Sunday. In addition, if you're looking for any last-minute holiday gifts, we hope everyone will check out our 'Tis the Season to Buy Local gift guide in the Santa Monica Daily Press. And also, everyone, don't forget, LA County is offering a Shop Local gift card program that features some of our favorite local Santa Monica businesses that were impacted by the January wildfires. You can find that information all on santamonica.gov. Last thing before we get to the council agenda items before us, our adoptable pet of this meeting is Ronnie. Ronnie is a 1-year-old male German Shepherd mix up on the screen. Ronnie does well with other well-balanced dogs and would do well with an active family. He's extremely food motivated, so if you have leftovers or love to eat, check out Ronnie. He is also right now in the process of learning all his basic commands. If you're interested in meeting this adorable guy, please contact the animal shelter, and as always, you can visit the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation website to make a donation or shop the Chewy wish list. We're looking forward to finishing out tonight and returning in 2026.
Okay, great. Thank you, Oliver. Now, does anyone have any travel announcements? Seeing none, we will move on to public input on the remaining agenda items. And we have, how many, clerk? I can't tell here.
14 in person, 1 on the phone, so 15
Great.
total.
So I'm going to call everyone up four at a time. If you could line up and we can make this as efficient as possible. Brad Ewing, Sam Shapiro-Klein, Jerry Rubin, Gabrielle Ipale. Jerry, since you're up, do you want to come make the comment? Go right ahead.
Oh, great. Okay. Thank you very, very much, Mayor Torosis and Mayor Pro Tem Zwick, City Council members, city staff, fellow Santa Monicans. Well, I forgot the number of the, but I'm talking in favor, strong support for the digital billboards. It's not really a matter of age. I'm 82, but I'm not the most technologically advanced, but we're in a digital age. Please, let's face it, and that's a good thing. There's so many creative things you can do with it to help nonprofits, to do things for youth. It would help promote public safety, information. You could change things. You could do so many things to make it easier and better for city. It would help business in every way, add a little light to any dark area. And it's a wonderful thing. I can't imagine this wouldn't be a unanimous vote. Sure, there's things you want to work out and questions that need to be asked and all that, but I think you're all smart enough to understand this is a great project. It's going to help advance city business-wise and every other way. So again, happy holidays, and as they say, see you next year.
Thank you, Brad Ewing.
Good evening, Council. Good to be here. Jerry Rubin, tough act to follow. I'm also here to speak in support of the digital signs. I think this is a great opportunity to raise more money for our city, given the financial distress that we find ourselves in. I think it's a great opportunity to highlight local artists and local cultural events, to propagate information in this city. A few years ago, we recently did the digital touchscreens you can find around town, and through those, I've learned about a lot of city events that I did not know was going on beforehand. So I think this is a great idea. Let's do it. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Sam Shapiro-Klein. And Steve Weber, Denny Zane, Jim Harris, Hunter Hall are going to come up next. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Sam Shapiro-Klein, speaking in favor of the digital displays. I think I've been quite pleased with how this process has worked through and found that the staff and council has sort of directed the creation of quite a thoughtful ordinance. I think the locations in question are fairly tasteful and will do a lot to activate like a bunch of blank facades on the side of the AMC or the side of the John Reed. And I'm really glad to see the city is going to have the inclusion of public art and public service announcements on the digital displays, as well as generating really crucial revenue for the city at this juncture. So glad to support the digital display ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabrielle?
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'm speaking on behalf of PMI Properties, owner of the office building at 1460 4th Street, located directly across the street from the proposed display B at Santa Monica Place. Given our proximity to that proposed sign, our building and tenants will be directly impacted. While we support the city's digital signage program and its goals of economic recovery and downtown vitality, we have concerns with several provisions of the ordinance, particularly related to the illumination standards and neighborhood protections. First, we believe allowable illumination levels facing commercial buildings should be reduced. While the Francis Cray study does not classify commercial properties as sensitive uses, tenants in surrounding office buildings will still experience real impacts. In today's difficult leasing environment, excessive brightness could further undermine tenant retention. We respectfully recommend capping illumination at 0.74 foot candles for nearby commercial properties, consistent with standards being adopted by neighboring cities like West Hollywood and Los Angeles, which are both moving towards lower brightness limits to mitigate impacts. Second, while we appreciate the city's proposed good neighbor policy, we believe it should be strengthened by requiring digital sign owners to directly mitigate verified impacts. This could include adjusting sign angle or orientation, or funding window treatments or screenings to windows when necessary. Finally, we encourage the city to consider expanding the digital sign district to include properties uniquely suited for signage, such as our building at 4th Street. Our site faces incoming traffic from the 10 freeway and the Metro terminal, and any signage would be oriented towards the mall's parking structure, not residential uses, minimizing community impacts while supporting the city's objective. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Steve. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your last name wrong, but Wever, W-E-V-E-R.
Weaver? No
Oh,
worries.
okay. It was spelled wrong then. My apologies. Hi, Mr.
It's an exotic name, no worries. So I just wanted to speak in support of, I hope we're on the right item, but item 11, just wanted to thank the city manager and city council for doing an amazing job in terms of bringing all this economic activity to Santa Monica. Particularly, thanks to Oliver Chi and City Council for furthering negotiations on the Annenberg with the French Olympic Committee. I think that's going to be a really, an incredible economic impact on our city, having a major country like that and showcasing the beach. So just thank you guys for the great job. Great work.
Thank you. Denny Zane, Jim Harris, Hunter Hall. Is Denny Zane here? Okay, great.
Council members, I'm Denny Zane. I'm a former mayor here. In fact, I was mayor back in the day when we were planning and creating the 3rd Street Promenade. I have a lot of time and personal energy invested there, and I regret to see what's before you today. Most of all, I regret the precipitous way that is happening. I think a 30-year commitment without having any real experience with how the marketplace responds, reacts to this level of digital signage, I think is really unwise. If you were to proceed with this, I would urge you to proceed incrementally so that you can see and learn whether or not the community as a whole, not just the marketplace, but the community in particular. When we were first doing the 3rd Street Promenade back in 1990, I believe it was, or thereabouts, it started in about 84 actually, I think. We were anxious then to make sure that our residents and the marketplace represented by them would embrace this promenade and that the tourist community would join them afterwards, but that fundamentally it would be Santa Monica's new urban living room, as the New York Times called it. I'm fearful that what you're proposing here will not do that. It may well attract tourist users, but will not likely attract a really local resident population. Virtually nobody I have spoken to, and I speak to a lot of people in town, embrace this and thinks this is a good idea. Most think or worry that it'll be too gaudy and garish and off-putting, and say that they will not likely come to the promenade frequently. I don't know if that's going to be the case. It may be the case. And if you were concerned about that, and you should be, then I would suggest that the way to proceed is incrementally. Instead of committing to a 30-year program or 30-year leases, you should start with, for example, Santa Monica Place. See how it works. See what the impact is. Maybe then proceed incrementally forward and see how that works, rather than committing to the whole program all at once. The Third Street Promenade really was Santa Monica's urban living room, and it really did offer residents as well as visitors a fine place to dine, to wander, to watch movies, etc. It can be that again. We lost most of our restaurants prior to COVID, frankly. We lost most of them because there was at one time a major property owner who purchased 9 properties on the promenade and brought in major national retail. Now, that retail might have been fine in and of itself. In fact, most people thought it fit in okay. But what did happen is that rents got jacked up, and every one of those 6 or so restaurants that were the leaders in the creation of the outdoor dining program on the Third Street Promenade, each one of them told me that they were leaving because they couldn't come to a rent agreement with their property owner. The problems here on the promenade, there are strategies for addressing things like that, but we should be trying to bring back an outdoor dining program akin to what we had then. There's no reason to think that that would not succeed. Just because we're 35 years later and been through COVID and been through online shopping and online everything, it doesn't mean that people don't still enjoy an evening sitting out on the promenade, dining with friends and seeing neighbors walk by. They do, and they would. And that should be, I think, still central to our efforts. I'm afraid that this lighting program will discourage that rather than encourage that. And so I urge you to not proceed as proposed.
Thank you. Just really quick, thank you. Madam Clerk, I've noticed that the last couple of speakers have had 4 minutes. Can we just clarify what the timing is for everyone?
Mr. Zane and the previous speaker signed up for 1 item, and so they're entitled to 4 minutes. Because they've only signed up for 1 item.
Okay, and they took the full, thank you. Okay, so Jim Harris, Hunter Hall, I'm going to call a few more names, Ali Bilal, Justin Nelson, Berta Nagari. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Terosas, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick, council members, and city staff. I'm Jim Harris of the Santa Monica Pier Corporation, and I'm here to read some words for you from my board of directors about item 11A. The Santa Monica Pier Corporation Board of Directors is encouraged by and supportive of the prospect of hosting the proposed major events associated with the internationally recognized events coming to the Los Angeles area. We would like to invite the city manager and staff to present the details of these events to the board in the very near future. We are particularly interested in helping explore how these major events can boost the recovery of the Pier's business community, support public access, and further develop the entertainment zone concept on the pier. Thank you, and happy holidays.
Thank you. We will ensure, although we don't respond to public comment, we'll just hopefully have our city manager make sure that communicating with the Pier Board. Thank you. Hunter Hall.
Hey, everybody. Not taking 4 minutes. We're just here in major support of, obviously, all the events that are happening, that will happen on the beach and the pier. It's awesome for the city. It's awesome for Main Street. We love it. We're all in. And I would also like to, Main Street, would like to offer an endorsement of the digital signage. We think that is also awesome. And personally, we have had a good experience on Main Street with the kiosks. Some people thought it would be terrible, but it's actually a really nice value add. And we like the idea of more tastefully done stuff like that in the downtown area. So thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you. Ali?
How's it going, City Council members? Happy holidays. Happy to be here. And just imagine being responsible for reviving the Santa Monica Promenade. Me being a resident here, a Santa Monica graduate, I see the difference, how it's going, the direction. And just imagine locals and tourists walking up, taking awesome pictures behind the artwork of an amazing digital billboard. So yes, I'm here to support the digital billboard signage. Me being a 3D artist with experience having my art on a billboard, I know that it's an amazing experience for a local artist to have that and just to be able to revive the promenade with something new. Hey, it's worth giving a try. And thank you for having me here. Have a great holiday. Peace.
Justin Nelson.
Hello, good evening. Happy holidays to the council. I am speaking in support of the digital signage. I just wanted to make two points about them. I do think that I echo one of the concerns about brightness levels at night. I do believe there's going to be one location at the John Reed location, and my concern is that you don't want it to be too bright to distract drivers, and I think that's something that should also be assessed. I do also think, on a positive side, when we've heard some of the artists here, that I can envision a sphere-like experience as we've seen in Las Vegas, where we have something that changes, that echoes what's going on in the city for temperature. So that's a really kind of fun, creative usage of it. My question would be: Are we going to have who's going to be able to participate to have access to these digital billboards? Are you going to be selling access to advertisers for them? Or it is going to have some congruence with current vendors on the promenade? Will they have accessibility to potential retailers and current retailers as an incentive for us to see more retailers return to the promenade? Because I know that's something that's on the minds of many of us in Santa Monica. We hate to walk through the promenade seeing so many empty stores. So if we can use this as an incentive in a very creative and fun way to do so, I very much look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Berta. And I'm just going to call the last four names: Nancy Daniels, Harvey Eder, John Prindle, David Rinlaub.
Hi, my name is Berta Negari. First of all, happy holidays. Congratulations to Mayor Carolina Torres. I'm here to speak on behalf of United XYZ in support of Digital Display District Ordinance. As a prominent property owner who invested more than $100 million in revitalizing downtown Santa Monica, we strongly believe the ordinance is critical in the reinvitation of the promenade, and think staff has done an excellent job at creating well-thought-out standards in line with sign districts across the nation. We ask that you authorize the Digital Display District Ordinance tonight. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Nancy.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Nancy Daniels, and I represent the receiver at Santa Monica Place. We appreciate all of the effort that staff put into this effort to create the ordinance. The lighting study that was done was thorough and covered all of the areas. It took into account residential spaces. It took into account all of the areas that needed to be reviewed. As far as the office space that faces the one sign, I'm sorry, we're getting feedback. We did do additional studies that showed not only did we meet a residential standard at that building, but we were half of the residential limit on that building. We will continue to work with that building owner as we go forward. But we do appreciate all of the work that went in, and we do recommend that you approve this ordinance, and I hope to come back and chat with you on the DA portion. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey Eder.
Good evening. My name is Harvey Eder. I'm speaking for myself for the Public Solar Power Coalition.
We've been doing solar energy and policy stuff for 40, 50 years. We're consultants to the PUC in the late 70s, early 80s, going out to the Air District for 40 years since 85. We brought to you the Clean Power Alliance, which you're part of now, the third largest electric utility in the state. Now, we have to find out, we're increasing capacity here. That's electricity. It's the same thing that's happening with AI now, and the rates are going crazy. Okay, we can make sure that equity is respected, and we have to have co-ops. Okay, we brought to you, there was 6 cities of municipal solar utilities that were looked at it with the PUC. We had to bring them from the CEC, and you were one of the 6 cities in the late 70s, early 80s. So you have to look at starting co-ops or municipal utility solar for the city and take off. We've been going, 10, 15 years to your advisory committee on sustainability and all this. And we've had, to put it mildly, communication problems recently. But so also the externalities. Okay, they say there's a Lancet journal 200 years out of London, and 10 years ago, a doctorate from the Air District brought a paper in and said that they say that of worldwide deaths of 50 million, 10 million from air pollution, there's 1 to 2 million each year in the United States. We're 12% of the population. That number for California is 150 to 180,000. Heart disease has got like 425,000 and 1 million reported over 15 each year. Okay, this whole thing about tobacco and all that, the lung disease is 130 and COPD is 140. This is murder. This is captured agencies. They gave a Nobel in economics 40 years ago. Y'all are part of the same thing. They're not going to meet your climate goals. It's being ignored by the council. They're covering it up at the local district. I tried to go yesterday. I did not go, and there's big problems in River City.
Thank you, John Prindle.
Mayor Terosas, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick, council members, Mr. G. Today, I speak on behalf of the Ocean Park Association. It is a rare thing for the Ocean Park Association to take a public position on items that come before you. We want you to vote yes on 11A. We represent the beach, and we like it when people come to our neighborhood and have fun and spend money. We welcome everybody. As an organization, we do have 2 simple asks. The first is our desire to be part of these events. We want to pedestrianize at least a section of Main Street. We also see this as an opportunity to expand the zones of fun by providing more options for more visitors so they can extend their stay and spend more money in our city. We also see this as an opportunity to raise money for our nonprofit, money we will plow back into the neighborhood. Most importantly, we want you to give staff instruction to find a way to have the promoters to fund upgrades to our parks and our beaches. We need them desperately in Ocean Park. This is a chance for us to make major improvements to pedestrian safety, slow down cars, and help us with our Vision Zero goals. In our parks, chain link fences, bear bluffs, and a pagoda that is used to practice bad habits all need attention. Ocean Way is also desperate for change as we witness car violence way too often. Restriping, pedestrian-activated crosswalks, dedicated bike lanes, and better lighting are just a few of the ideas that we would like to see come to our neighborhood. We invite staff, come walk the streets with us so we can show you how we would like the money you negotiate be spent. OPA asks you vote yes and provide instructions to staff to negotiate a deal that funds these upgrades. Thank you.
Thank you. David Rinlaub.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I urge you to vote against the ordinance. The signs are excellent for one thing, for the fundraising, and I generally disagree for the other stated benefits. I don't think it attracts people, makes it more attractive, desirable to spend time downtown with giant video billboards. My understanding is these are either still or fully animated, meaning video advertisements, giant video advertisements. I feel like it's the ad-supported version of Netflix in our outdoor living room, and it's as has been stated, it's a long-term commitment of up to 30 years. It's crazy and reckless, and Please do it on the mall, if at all. The other end is worse. And please do still and not video. Thank you for your.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for
Mayor,
all. Yeah.
we have one more caller on the phone, Jacob Wasserman for 4 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, Jacob Wasserman.
Thanks so much. My name is Jacob Wasserman, Wilmont resident. First, congratulations, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. Excited for your terms. I'm a member of the Planning Commission, but I'm speaking for myself right now in support of the digital billboards item. So I'm not going to make any unscientific claims about what people around town or my friends think, but what I think is I am excited for the digital billboards, and it is going to make me go to the promenade more. More light means it's safer. These billboards promise public art and fun. I mean, Times Square, you think of that. People come to it, Shibuya Crossing in Japan. And also there's this talk of revenue as this amorphous thing. The revenue will save lives. Like, we can put this money into streets improvements. We can put this money into parks and libraries. Like, this revenue is not just some dollars floating in the ether. The money we make is valuable for the city and valuable for its residents. So for that reason, I do support these TVs in our outdoor living room, and I think it's going to revitalize things. I think you need only look at the promenade now to see we need to do something different. The Planning Commission meeting went well. The applicants presented thoughtful designs. They refined based on our feedback, as did staff of the ordinance. Two small recommendations I personally have, again, just speaking for myself. One is there's a ban in the ordinance on scrolling text. Again, if you think of Times Square and, you know, the iconic news tickers announcing big news of the day, that's scrolling text. I would like to allow scrolling text. I work in transportation. I don't want drivers to be unsafe, but I think there is a way to do both and have these fun, you know, little chyrons at the bottom that announce news. And then second, in all the development agreements, there's a $250,000 early termination fee. That's money the city would get, but it actually creates a disincentive to stop a sign on the developer's end that isn't working, because maybe they're say, oh, you know, we'll keep it going because we don't want to pay that fee. If the developer doesn't want to keep it going, wants to take it down, they should. Better that than have a developer that doesn't want the sign and keep it up. So I recommend you actually get rid of that fee, early termination fee, because it's just creating bad incentives. But otherwise, I support the ordinance, I support the DAs, and I'm glad to see it before the council. Thanks so much, and happy Hanukkah.
Happy Hanukkah. Okay, well, with that being said, those are all of our comments, and we will now hear a staff report on item 11A, given our agenda management earlier.
Presentation. Okay, here we go. Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council members, and audience. My name is Peter James. I'm your Deputy City Manager, and tonight, along with my colleague Aaron Orozco, our Acting Events Manager, we're going to be presenting you with a slideshow to generate some real buzz, excitement, and optimism for Santa Monica's future by walking you through the major events program for the years 2026 to 2028, which commence in the summer of 26 with an activation surrounding the World Cup at the Santa Monica Pier. In fall of 2026, we'll be exploring an annual beach festival. In the winter of 2027, a fan engagement experience in association with a major sporting event. And in the summer of 2028, various Olympic activations that are going to change the shape of our shoreline during that exceptional period. All of this puts Santa Monica on a global stage. It's a chance for us to show our face to the rest of the world and to show the spirit of Santa Monica. And as many of these events and activations are happening during a peak summer season or during times of major global coverage, it's important that we select our partners with great discipline and care so that these experiences uplift our residents, strengthen our businesses, and showcase Santa Monica's best side on the global stage. Now, as stewards of the city, in evaluating these proposals, there are many lenses through which we look. Chief among them is protecting our community interests and ensuring safety and readiness of our city, as well as upholding environmental standards. But because this presentation is focused on several deals that are advancing forward to the license agreement phase eventually, I'm going to focus in on cost recovery and promoting public access. To this end, the working group, the Major Events Working Group, has developed a pricing methodology that establishes cost recovery as our minimum standard, such that the city incurs no net loss and provides no public subsidy to the production of these events. We've also developed two pathways for looking at these proposals, one of them being what is a high benefit proposal. That is a proposal that provides flexible terms, priority scheduling, open access, and exactly the type of legacy improvements that Mr. Prindle was talking about. The other avenue is the low benefit model. These are profit-driven exclusive events that we would look at differently when pricing this out. For the sake of our development partners, we've created an all-inclusive fee that takes into account the value of our land, the value of any parking that could be displaced through change of use, or through the installation of something like a tent or a stage, as well as white glove concierge services that gives our development partners 24-hour access to our staff for permitting, review, inspection, public safety, as well as transportation demand management. And of course, there are other fees that are outside of this all-inclusive package that are outside of the city control, things like insurance, private security services, staffing for the venues, as well as permits and fees associated with non-city regulatory bodies like the Department of ABC or the LA County Public Health. I'm going to turn it over to Aaron, who's going to walk you through what the events are that are on our dashboard. Aaron, here you go.
Thanks, Peter, and good evening, Mayor Terosas, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick, and fellow council. My name is Aaron Orozco, the acting events manager, here to introduce several major event activations, starting with FIFA. Michelob Ultra, the official beer sponsor of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, proposes to bring its Pitchside Club fan experience to the Santa Monica Pier. This Pitchside Club is a large-scale soccer environment designed to blend a live match viewing and interactive games, cultural programming, merchandise offerings, and appearances by athletes and media figures. This is a 2-week period here, and there's an artist rendering to share with you here on what that would look like, approximately 50,000 square feet on the pier parking deck. The next event up is I don't know if I mentioned that was June of 2026. The next event up will be our music festival, which is being planned for the fall of 2026. And I'm here to share with you today that Golden Voice has been awarded the RFP to assess an annual music festival. The festival is currently estimated to bring up to 35,000 capacity event, featuring 12 to 15 musical artists, curated food and beverage concessions, festival and merchandise sales, partnership activations, and art installations. This event is being evaluated for the Pier and Sandbox, our newest venue designed to host major events just like this. The next event on deck is our ESPN fan engagement, which proposes to create a broadcast and fan engagement experience to the Santa Monica Pier and Sandbox area in February of 2027. This activation would feature live national and international productions staged against Santa Monica's coastline, along with a curated community-focused programming, nonprofit engagement, and partnerships with local vendors. This is also being proposed for both the pier and the Sandbox area immediately south of the pier. We'll now move into the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. We have two actually first, I'm going to start off with this map here. This visualization shows you all of the various venues that have been currently approached. We've been approached by various people, countries, Olympic organizing committees, brands, cultural experiences, and various event producers to host everywhere from the Annenberg Beach House to the north, all the way to Crescent Bay Park, Lot 4 South, to the other end. On both sides of the pier deck itself, and various private properties throughout the city. I'm going to start with Club France. Club France, the French National Olympic and Sport Committee, proposes to operate Club France, its official hospitality house, at the Annenberg Community Beach House. Club France is the primary gathering point of French athletes, officials, guests, fans, and media at every Olympic Games. They're proposing to do a full buyout takeover of the Annenberg Community Beach House, which would include the sand portion of the facility, which is immediately east of the beach bike path. You can see there on the slide here is number 3. We are excited for this opportunity. Leading into the next one, which is our Nations Village. This concept includes a temporary broadcast center serving official Olympic and Paralympic media partners, hospitality houses for participating nations, and premium brand activations. The design emphasizes public access, oceanfront visibility, and immersive content production that would bring global broadcast attention to Santa Monica. And here's an artist's rendering of how that village will be laid out. You can see there are 4 TV studios, which are facing that money shot of the pier. And then you have 3 structures there sprinkled throughout the village. And at this point, I'm going to hand it back over to Deputy City Manager.
You can call me Peter. Thanks. I'm just going to wrap this up with a little bit of a discussion about how we're planning to really maximize the opportunity presented by these incredible events, which are placed into various locations along our shoreline. We really want to bring that into our city as much as possible. So again, to Mr. Prindle's comments related to sharing the experience with the rest of the community, we have gone after and won an award from Metro to host several open street events, one during the World Cup, which will be hosted in our downtown, and another one on Main Street, which will be coordinated with the opening weekend of the Summer Olympics. We're also working with our development partners to find ways for them to contribute to activating the promenade, to bring their influence deeper into the core of our city, into the living room of our city, by sponsoring watch parties, creating family-friendly events and activities, and to keep that pulse going throughout the course of the Games. We've also begun to talk with our partners about the cultural expressions running parallel to the sporting events, working within the framework of the Cultural Olympiad, giving them the opportunity to showcase their culture through performing arts, visual art installations, concerts, and events of that nature. And lastly, we would be standing on one leg if we weren't working with our partners at Santa Monica Travel and Tourism, DTSM, and the Pier Corps to book hotel rooms, restaurants, connect people with local vendors to accommodate their staffing and service needs to make this event economically advantageous for the entire community. And so as we pull it all together, this really is more of an art than a science, layering these multiple expectations upon the negotiation team to try to really maximize and harness the tremendous opportunity from this exceptional experience. The next steps following, hopefully, approval of our ability to advance negotiations with these teams, staff will be bringing before council a series of modifications to our code via resolution to work through the CEQA components of these activations, address Coastal Commission review, continue to build out our security and our transportation demand management plans as we gain more information about the nature of these events, the details, the timeframes, as well as a set of ordinances that would allow for deviations from the norm during these very particular moments in our city's history for things like noise, light, signage, parking, as well as exploring an entertainment zone on the pier. So before council tonight is staff recommendation to authorize the city manager to negotiate a series of agreements that will allow us to advance these discussions further. And I just want to, again, welcome our development partners in the crowd. We have representatives from ESPN, Anheuser-Busch, from our Nations Village, as well as from France. So welcome, everyone, and we look forward to council's questions. Thank you.
Phenomenal. Councilmember Zernitskaya.
I just have kind of one brief question while I assume everybody else is thinking, waiting to get in the queue. How long is the term of the exclusive negotiating agreements that are contemplated as part of this item?
Susan, would you like to answer that? I think the answer is various depending upon how advanced they are.
The ENAs could be as long as, well, as short as 9 months up to 18 months. And then the letters of intent and the term sheets are shorter because we've already worked through a lot of the terms.
Would you be able to clarify which of these are the 9-month, I don't know if there's any 12-month, 18-month, sorry to put you on the spot.
Put me on the spot. So the French club for the Annenberg Beach House, I believe, is open until March. Then the IOC is, Susan may have some better numbers, is through February. Then we also have the ESPN, the Golden Voice. They also have, the Golden Voice has a short turnaround time because the event is going to be in the fall, similarly with ESPN.
With Anheuser-Busch.
Anheuser-Busch, excuse me. And then, yeah, I'm not sure, I don't remember the ESPN one. I believe it's 18 months, though. Yeah.
But they would all be obviously long enough for us to figure out specifics in time for all of these events to be executed in a...
Correct. Assuming that, yeah, the approval happens tonight, I think staff is prepared to go full speed ahead.
Thank you.
Councilmember Snell.
Thank you. I'm really excited about this. I just have one brief question. I saw with the design for the, I think it was for the World for the Olympics with the France, and this would be a general question with all the different events. Have you thought about our existing vendors, our existing tenants, and how they would play into it, and what kind of discussion we would have, and give them lead time? What are your thoughts about that? Because we do have a tenant down there.
Yes, yes. And I think, Susan, you're probably in the best position to answer that question about Back to the Beach.
Sure. For specifically for Club France, we've met with Fred at Back on the Beach, and he is very interested in being the dedicated concession during the Club France activation. But that, you know, as a leaseholder, they have to negotiate that separately. He needs to make sure that his employees are, you know, that his operation is kept whole during this period. But representatives from Club France have met with Fred, so we've let him know that we're willing to work with him in terms of his leasehold requirements during this period as well. And then also for the activations on the pier, making sure that pier tenants obviously are included in as we progress the negotiations and how they'll be able to participate in these events as well.
That's great. And then my last question, I'm glad to hear that. Hopefully, we also build in some access for property owners that have empty spaces that may be able to utilize them during these particular events, and we could be able to facilitate that. So that's something I'd like to keep in mind with this.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
We're working closely with Santa Monica Travel and Tourism, DTSM, to make those connections.
And I'll just reinforce that all of the license agreements will include some language for all of our partners during the Olympics and Paralympics to have a presence on the 3rd Street Promenade. So whether or not perhaps we won't have any vacancies in the summer of 2028, but if we do, we'll make sure that those connections are made. And other activations may happen within the promenade itself, but that will, anyone who comes to Santa Monica and goes to a specific activation during the Olympics and Paralympics can then go to the promenade, and they'll have be able to have that collective experience where everyone who is activating in Santa Monica will actually have some kind of event on the promenade during their entire stay.
Councilmember Negrete.
Question and comment. Are you able to disclose, this is obviously just the beginning, and so 2 things. One, I know because I participated in a lot of those discussions, there's other countries. Are you able to disclose if we're closer to any more for the public's knowledge, or no?
We have ongoing active discussions with several other potential partners.
And then my second follow-up is just, I've been a part of this LA 28 meetings for like 2 years, and there was active meetings in LA where they were going to put together a business packet and a toolkit. A few of us electeds followed up. That had not yet been put together. I'm assuming possibly the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem or city leadership is going to continue. Are you guys going to be attending those and like pushing on that? I would just say they gave us a whole presentation on a toolkit that would start as of 26 to get people prepped. And I hope that we will continue to press them on that so that our smaller businesses especially are like very well prepared.
Great, we will do that.
No other questions? I have a couple if my colleagues don't have any. Okay. Can you just talk a little bit about how, sorry, because I think for folks who are listening in, this full cost recovery model is a little bit confusing. Can you explain a little bit more about how this unified pricing methodology is going to work and to ensure that the city's fully compensated for everything that we're doing, including the quite a bit of staff time that we've put into this?
Yeah, that's a great question. So at this moment in time, the things that we're very clear on is the value of our land and the value of the parking. A lot of the interest has been down at our beach, and there are significant parking impacts proposed as part of these installations. Those are numbers we can easily get our heads around. The public safety and the transportation demand management are a little bit more out there. And so what we've been doing is where we have a detailed understanding of a proposal in terms of its size and structure as well as its activity program, we've been working directly with DOT and with public safety to assess their estimates for staffing needs. And in this respect, we're really changing the model a little bit from the way that we've done business in the past with one-off events where the police department and the fire department will fully staff an activation. In this case, we're talking about events that are lasting potentially for 103 days. So we've been working closely with public safety leadership to develop a model that's more command and control, reliant upon a lot of private security that is brought in by the production teams. And that is a way that we are able to distribute our resources equitably across the city, not just down at the beach, but to maintain business as usual throughout the city. So for a select group, we've been able to zero in on that quite accurately. For others that are a little bit more undefined, we'll continue to work through the negotiation process to get to a level of detail where we feel confident that we are covering our costs with fees that we are charging through that concierge service.
Great. And so speaking of that, I know that we've talked a lot about the local economic impact that these events are going to have, but I would just ask, is it possible to ensure that we are measuring and quantifying the economic impact? It's great to say, oh, there's increased foot traffic, But that doesn't really tell me anything in terms of if this is moving the needle and making an impact for the city. So I would just ask that we are tracking that on the back end, if that's possible.
I think that will actually be pretty fun to do. We have been talking to Santa Monica Travel and Tourism about understanding, what are the hotel bookings look like? What are the restaurant bookings look like? We'll absolutely be tracking things like sales tax and other like indirect economic benefits.
Right, like consumer spending in the
Consumer
city.
spending,
Yeah, that's very
exactly.
important.
Yeah.
And then can you talk a little, in previous administrations, there's been quite a reticence, quite frankly, to have these large-scale events on our beach. And now we're talking about a couple. Can you talk to us about how this cross-departmental working group has actually fundamentally shifted the way that we're looking at managing these large-scale events compared to past approaches so that this is sustainable on a going-forward basis?
I can, and I hope that Susan and Aaron can weigh in as well. I think that with the advent of the realignment plan, there's a new energy in the city, and there's sort of like a new mode. We're a little bit more assertive in terms of attracting revenue, attracting events, and we know that experience and activation is something that's going to be very valuable for our city. We talk about it a lot in the downtown. We talk about it in our business improvement districts. And so across the departments, everybody is all in on this idea of supporting increased pedestrian experiences, increased activations throughout the city. And through the lens of the working group and the negotiations that we've been engaging in, not just with the folks that are here in the audience tonight, but with maybe half a dozen others, that sort of spirit, that entrepreneurial spirit, and recognizing the need for a change in the way that we do business has rung very true throughout. So I don't know if you want to add anything more to that, but
I think the only thing I'd add, Mayor Terosas, is internally we've got 5 different working groups that are all built around implementation of the realignment plan. It involves cross-departmental communication meeting on a bi-weekly basis to really streamline and work through the details that are important to make sure everyone's concerns are heard as relates to what the issues are, figuring out a way to respond to those concerns, and then moving programs forward. One good example of things that have emerged from these conversations, I think our police chief, Derek Jacob, he's getting tired of being blamed as the reason, the PD is the reason we can't have events. As we work through issues, did you know our current cost model prior to these discussions wasn't focused on cost recovery? It was on revenue generation. So if you wanted to have an event, we didn't charge you what it costs to provide security. We charged you 3 times what it cost us to have the security presence deployed. And that was true sort of across the department. And so as we've been working through internal discussions, what are the issues that are hamstringing our ability to facilitate these events? All of these things are becoming clear. Part of the reason why the policy direction tonight is important. Cost recovery is important if there's a high level of public benefit. That, frankly, we think should be enough. We shouldn't be looking to make money unless it's a low public benefit, low community benefit type event.
Yeah, so last question. Speaking of that, we talked about the legacy impact of these events, and that's really, really important to me. It's not just something that's happening to us, it's happening with us, and we're centering the needs of the community first. When you talk about legacy benefits, can you expand at all on what that means for us and what we have to look forward to here?
yeah, right now it's at the sort of the framework level. It does include improvements to our public infrastructure. So for example, I think Kyle is from the Nations Village team. He can talk about some thoughts that we've been kicking around with respect to his installation and how they may come in and improve components of Crescent Bay Park. I think Mr. Prindle also brought up the pergola that's at the top of Barnard Way. That's something we've been talking about. Rehabbing the larger one across the park itself, giving that a fresh polish and perhaps dealing with some additional access issues. We've been in discussions with other groups about creating access for the disabled along our beach. There's been talk about contributing money to sports programs for underserved youth. Really, I think this is the next phase of work before us where we identify the city's needs and begin to negotiate with our partners for what we can reasonably ask for in return for our land during this exceptional time period.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but when I met with ESPN, they alluded to the fact that we would be able to keep the infrastructure that they build on our beach.
I'll let them answer that question when you ask them directly.
Okay. I think that's what I heard. Yes, so we're going to hold you to
that's
it.
That's accurate. The answer is
great.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is very exciting. I don't see any other requests to speak for my colleagues. I think we'll move to comments now.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Trosas. I, for one, I'll keep this brief. I just have a couple of things to say. I, for one, am very, very excited for all of these activations. This is exactly what we envisioned when we made the very, very tough call to end negotiations with LA 28 for beach volleyball, where we were going to lose money and miss out on all of these events and opportunities versus where we are now today, thanks to your efforts. Attracting these events, making money, and now accelerating our efforts to revitalize the city and diversify our revenue streams. Briefly on the music festival, I just want to thank our former interim city manager, Polachek, Director Rogers of our Rec and Arts Department, our former police chief, Batista, for getting to yes as we discussed possible safety and security measures, and our partners at SMTT and the Peer Corp for all sitting down with me, providing feedback on this idea, and ultimately giving us your buy-in. I don't think we could be here in this place today without all of your feedback, and also to City Manager Chief for incorporating it as part of the city's realignment plan. One piece of direction I would have on the music festival, one of the things Golden Voice is somewhat infamously known for is that Stagecoach, its signature country music festival, sells more alcohol in one day than it does in both weekends of Coachella. And so for our music festival, I would say that we are specifically interested in electronic dance music as a theme and music genre. And then the last question I have is, qui représente le Club France ce soir? Who's representing France tonight? I got it. Thank you. Je tiens à remercier nos partenaires de Club France. Merci de votre intérêt pour notre ville, notre plage et Annenberg. Bienvenue à Santa Monica.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
I will be as brief as possible. I echo the comments of Councilmember Hall, particularly with all of the excitement. I think in recent times, Santa Monica has been beat up a bit in the media, and I am so excited to put a new spin and present a better face to the world. And I think that Santa Monica is very lucky to be able to partner with all of y'all, and I'm so grateful to the work of the staff and everyone here tonight for getting to yes and making this happen for our city. So thank you.
So I just wanted to briefly share not only my excitement about continuing to bring thoughtful community events, but also to take a moment to remind folks that it takes a village behind the scenes. And from the moment I joined this dais, I think bringing back the concerts was a big deal. Our music store was a sponsor of them. They started out very local. I remember when The Cure played and I was driving to Santa Barbara with my boyfriend and we turned around because it was a surprise concert to see it. And so to see how it's growing and that we are able to embrace it and go from no to yes is something that I believe we need to create vibrancy. It doesn't happen by accident. It takes consistent effort, partnership, and follow through. None of this happened overnight. And I do want to give credit also to past councils who, unfortunately, maybe there was a lot of things, maybe COVID. I know for myself this past year has been a lot about the fires and evacuations where it felt like fun was not on the horizon. And so I know I keep doing this, but I just want to say we can put forward all the policies, priorities, and wish lists that we want. But what truly matters is leadership at the city level and throughout the departments. And so I just want to say that it takes collaborative work, stakeholders, and community to make things happen. That's definitely been my focus. I think everyone's focus from day one. But I do want to give a shout out to the fact that we have made some leadership changes and some moves, and things are moving quickly, and that is what matters, because we can say things up here, but we all have to go to work after that. We don't come to City Hall to go to work. So for everybody who's not up here on the microphone or on YouTube, thank you for believing in the leadership of Oliver Chi, believing in the leadership of the realignment plan, and making this happen. So thanks.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yeah, I want to echo the thanks to the city team, and it's been said before, but there are so many hours that have gone into making this happen. We all had a vision of bringing back the fun to Santa Monica, and I'm really glad to see that we're putting that into practice. We're all excited for the music festival, but I think Councilmember Hall is especially excited for the music festival. And it's really gonna be a fantastic move forward for us. So with that, I'm going to move that we proceed with the staff recommended actions listed under agenda item 11A, including the CEQA findings, and with the direction articulated by Councilmember Hall.
Second.
And that's great. Is it okay if I just give 30 seconds of comments? Thanks. So I would just say thank you, Susan. I think you've stewarded all of this from the beginning. No, I know. Susan and Susan, both the Susans. And I want to thank our staff for of course, Peter, but I want to thank all of our staff for their really wise advice. Because we, Councilmember Negrete, Zwick, and I have heard, various iterations of what's going to happen to Santa Monica. And it was really your leadership that has brought this to the fore. And you are ensuring that this is not happening to us. Like I said, it's something that is happening on our own terms. And I want to just say, because there's been a lot of talk in the region about other cities who are bringing in folks for the games and other large events. This is a plan that is structured on full cost recovery. There's no subsidy that we are offering to anyone to do this. And that is really important. And I want to say big kudos and thank you, because this is not a time that we can afford to do that. And you've all worked really hard on this. I really am excited to see the economic benefits. I want to see that these types of events work for us, that we are seeing increased hotel bookings, that we are actually seeing increased consumer spending, not just people on the promenade or on the beach, but actually spending money in our city, and jobs. I want to measure the number of jobs and hopefully local jobs that this is creating. Let's make sure that if this is happening here, that our residents benefit first. So just making sure that we have all of that information is important to this council. I think it's also showing to future partners that we are transparent, we are credible, we have a system that works, we have an interdepartmental working group, several, and we are ready to welcome you and your next event here. And I also think that this is an opportunity for us to celebrate our culture, our civic pride, and quite frankly, partner with other countries. Very, very excited about France. If I didn't live here, I would live in France. We love France. Just had to say that on a personal note. So I would just say, not to change the motion, but to my earlier point, I do want to make sure that any final license agreements are very clear about the legacy investments and that those are clearly defined. That to the extent feasible, that we're prioritizing Santa Monica businesses, workers, and vendors. And I really appreciate that we have already talked about that with Back on the Beach. And I want to make sure that this is accessible to everyone. I know we are really thankful. I think the folks at ESPN sat down with each of us, and thank you for that, because it was really helpful to hear exactly how it was going to work. But it is meaningful to us that there is free and low-cost programming so that everyone can access this. This should not be for the wealthy few. This should be for everyone in the region who's coming to enjoy our great city. So that's important. We want transparency. We want alignment. I know you're going to incorporate that into the terms, and we're here to coordinate, and we're here to make Santa Monica fun. Did anyone else? I think those were all the comments, so I think we're ready for a vote.
Okay, and I think I have a motion from Councilmember Raskin, but I did not hear a second.
Oh, I seconded
Yeah.
it. Okay. Councilmember Zernitska.
Okay, Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snow,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
and Mayor Trosas.
Yes.
That's unanimous, and motion passes.
Okay, that is very exciting. Bienvenue Santa Monica, France. Just had to say that. We're too bad we can't talk to you. Now we're moving on. We're gonna hear the self-certification item now. Sorry, I'm just getting my agenda. And then we're gonna move to the digital sign item. So item 12A.
Good evening, Council. Happy to be here to present the self-certification pilot program. This has been the result of months and months of interdepartmental work, and I really just want to acknowledge the staff that are here in the chamber tonight who worked on this, from city planning, from public works, resource recovery, recycling, and land development, building and safety, fire and mobility. This was a tremendous effort to get to this point, and I'm really proud, I think, to share with you what I think is a very unique program that we're presenting tonight. So this is, I think, to give it some framing, when we first started, embarked on creating this program, this was really pre-realignment plan and thinking about, how we create a modernized and streamlined development services experience. And I just want to talk a little bit about, where this program sits in that context, because, it's really one tool in that modernized experience. What we're really focusing on is substantial improvements in the customer service experience, but also finding multiple pathways for applicants to get to their building permit. Self-certification being one pathway, the primary one being guaranteed expedited turnaround times. And then we will also have, more projects that can go through what we call the over-the-counter process or an express permit process, where no plans are required and you can just, apply on your computer in the middle of the night and get a building permit. So these are things that we have in the works. This is paired together with improvements to our website, so just a better permits portal generally. We're going to be harnessing the power of artificial intelligence plan check tools, that we are currently working on standing up. And also, this is not just a whole bunch of glitzy, software stuff. There's real nitty-gritty behind-the-scenes work happening on process optimization across all departments that are involved in development review that really, feed into the streamlined process. So I just wanted to, provide some context as to where this program sits in the improvements that we're doing. So what is self-certification? This is responsive, again, to Council's direction from February. And what it is it allows elimination of all staff review. And what is unique is that most cities only do the building code portion of this. We are removing all staff review. So that includes fire, public works, city planning, and mobility review from certain classes of projects. And also tonight we'll be talking about some municipal code amendments that are being made with respect to the RRR, resource recovery recycling requirements that I will talk through in a moment that will benefit all projects. So what that means and what it doesn't mean is, what it allows is what it sounds like: a licensed professional submit a set of plans that would shift that responsibility for compliance to that licensed professional. It does not mean that the project can do whatever it wants. It still must comply with the building code, still must comply with the zoning code and, public works requirements, fire requirements, of course. It is just that burden of responsibility is shifting from the city staff doing that plan check to that licensed professional. Inspections will still be conducted as they are now, and any issues during compliance during inspections will be rectified. And as it is now, if there are anything that is out of scope, a revision would need to be submitted in that instance. We conducted a very comprehensive review of other cities that stand up these programs. And as you can see here, this is just a very simple table showing the scope of the self-certification review, what kinds of projects are eligible, and the applicant pre-qualification requirements. So we tried to draw from what other cities have done, some of those best practices. And as you can see, what is being proposed in Santa Monica is very unique in the sense that we are going far beyond the building code. We are removing all reviews, for portions of municipal code that are reviewed by other departments outside of the building code. That's, I think, just saying what I just said. In terms of program development, this was an interdepartmental working group. As I opened this presentation, we really had great cooperation across the board. This couldn't have happened without that collaboration. What we're talking about tonight is rolling out this pilot program across 3 phases. Tonight is really focused on what we call phase 1, which is going to be commercial non-structural tenant improvements. This is very much, if you think about it, the bread and butter of our work. It makes up 30% of our plan checks. It is a very, very high volume of what we deal with. And what it is, it's existing commercial spaces and the sort of non-structural improvements that happen inside of those as businesses turn over. I'll talk through some proposals that we have to exclude from phase 1 and why we're doing that, but we're certainly open to council's feedback on that. Phases 2 and 3 will include detached accessory dwelling units and single unit dwellings. Some of the timing of that we're definitely malleable on, and a lot will depend on the capabilities of the AI plan check software, because I think that will really help boost the capabilities of being able to stand up this program, and also some details to work through. So why in phase 1 are we starting with those commercial non-structural tenant improvements? It's already a class of projects that are not reviewed by all departments. It's primarily limited to building and safety with some very limited instances. These are less complex scopes of work generally. And so there's, as you think about creating a pilot to see what's the uptick of it, how's it performing, you choose something sort of low risk. But it's a very high volume. As I said, it's a third. It's not a small number of our plan checks, that make up these class of projects. What else would we include in this scope? It also would include structures associated with special events and temporary uses. So that is, as you just heard, as part of the city's push to encourage and incentivize special events, that's intended to help simplify that permitting process. As I mentioned, what would we exclude from this phase 1 scope for commercial non-structural TIs? It's recommended in terms of food and beverage uses. There be considerations there. We use that term food and beverage uses. It does include things like grocery stores and things like that, but certainly I think I've heard in public comment and feedback around restaurants. There certainly would be an openness to have restaurants proceed through the self-certification program for the building code portion only. For the public works functions, there are real health and safety concerns around self-certifying restaurants, particularly around industrial waste systems, grease traps. We want to ensure that, that stuff doesn't just get dumped into our sewage system. And then for RRR, we want to make sure that there's appropriate sanitation facilities where we can have, genuine public health and safety impacts. Those things are also very, very expensive and hard to fix once they're built. So better to catch those things early. And again, with the expedited turnaround times, we think that that would be an appropriate balance if there was interest in including restaurants in the self-certification. We would recommend excluding childcare and early education uses. Schools are just, we don't get a lot of them, but, we simply, don't want a situation. I think the city does want to retain oversight when we're dealing with children in schools or just, educational settings. And then thirdly, changes of uses where there's a higher degree of occupancy hazard than the existing use. We do have the fire marshal and the building official to get into more detail, as to what that means. But generally, it's, when you change from one use class to another, that increases life safety requirements. Again, if you have questions around that, they would be happy to walk through that. Why would we exclude it? As you may be well aware, there is a state law, AB 671, that's addresses, that already requires kind of a streamlined plan check process for restaurant TIs. It's for interior tenant improvements only. And as you can see there in the state requirements, the minimum requirements are actually more than what we would require in a self-certification program. You see that 5 years of experience only for interior work and applicable for local, state, building health and safety code. So it's limited again to the building code portion of our restaurants. They do exclude fast food restaurants in the state law. I talked through kind of on childcare and early education, really involves a higher level review, higher risk, with a vulnerable population. There was also a pickup and drop off, is typically a pretty significant portion of that review that would be pretty difficult to self-certify, and also on this higher degree of occupancy hazard as well. It could trigger extensive accessibility and plumbing upgrades and things like that, that are, things that are hard to fix, after the fact if someone, is not aware of that requirement. What would it take to qualify to participate in the self-certification program? What we would propose to require is that there be a licensed architect to be the project lead, and that person would take on liability for the project and attest to its code compliance, and also that there be a CASP, Certified Access Specialist, that certifies to ADA compliance. There may be additional licensed professionals as needed for mechanical, electrical, plumbing, sprinklers and alarms. You can see the different licenses that are there. In terms of experience level, this is really drawn from City and County of LA and their self-certification program for the fire rebuilds, which, is you have to have completed 3 projects of similar scope in the city in the last 15 years. We thought that was a good amount of time, that would capture quite a few people. However, if there was interest in changing the qualification criteria, we're certainly very much open to that. Council could certainly give us direction on that piece. Audit and penalties, we kind of call it a 3 strikes you're out rule, that in order to have trust, in a program where there's self-certification, you'd want to have appropriate oversight. And so, where there are 3 violations of the program, that in that instance, that licensed professional would be disqualified. They could appeal it to the Building and Life Safety Commission. You can see there a listing of the kinds of violations. This is not an exhaustive list, but certainly the kinds of things that would count as a strike in this program. We did want to pose one policy question to the council. If the council would be interested in putting a time limit on how long a project lead is removed from the qualified list after the 3 strikes policy. Essentially what this is that they would be disqualified from participation if they've, 3 violations of the program. One option would be to disqualify that project lead for a specified amount of time, or are they barred from participating in the program permanently. We would recommend that it be permanent. That you're not allowed, you're disqualified from participating in the program because this is voluntary. And in order for it to be successful, we feel strongly that there needs to have accountability, and consequences for sort of misbehaving, because there's trust, a significant trust being placed here. So that would be our recommendation. But that's our one policy question for the council. In terms of the permit process, this would mirror what we call kind of our over-the-counter process. You can see here that, the trade-off will be that the city may may collect less plan check fees, as it's based on cost recovery of staff time. So obviously, if plan check's not happening, what we're collecting is really inspection fees. These inspection fees reflect, what we collect now. However, as the program is used more, we'll probably learn more, about whether we may have to increase cost recovery or decrease. I think, we just don't know. Like, that will be part of the pilot program reporting in terms of how many people use it, what and how's it performed during that time. This is a graphic just showing, the improvements in terms of the time frame, the existing building permit process. You submit your permit application, you go through plan check review, there's a turnaround time for subsequent reviews. Typically, no more than 3 rounds, most people can get their permit. then the permit is issued. The big difference here is you submit your permit application, within 1 to 5 business days, you're getting your permit and you're into construction. So it's a pretty significant time savings, and I think that's part of why we're proposing in this phase 1, it's this commercial non-structural TI. Again, in terms of addressing the goals of the program, for addressing staff workload, but getting people to their permits faster seems to accomplish those goals. I'll now talk through just some of the code amendments that are being proposed tonight. This is centered around construction and demolition waste and resource recovery recycling standards, so trash enclosure standards. CND is one of those, it's a requirement that's actually derived from state law. California has a requirement to divert construction and demolition waste, 65% of that. Santa Monica increased that to 70% diversion. What that means is you're taking your construction materials and you're recycling them. So really aligns with the city's sustainability goals. The amendments in Article 8 here would simplify and streamline that process. What happens now is that when applicants submit, they get a plan check comment, that they have to submit this deposit, and it can be up to $30,000, which is a little bit of sticker shock, for people at the beginning of the process. And I think what we're finding is a lot of people are really complying, so we're collecting this money up front and then they're refunding it at the end. So just as a process improvement and as a means to just remove one review from that round, what's the change is we're going to eliminate the deposit requirement and just make it a sort of compliance check and a fine at the end if someone is not demonstrating compliance. So kind of moving, that process to where it should be, still very much retaining the requirement, but doing a process shift that will get people to their permits faster. And then the other change has to do with, as I mentioned, trash enclosures. This is, again, centered around, what can we do to streamline our process and provide more clarity in our standards. So, at the moment, there is a kind of like monetary evaluation threshold that is capturing a lot of projects in terms of, when do you have to upgrade your trash enclosure. So that is being traded out for something that is a knowable threshold in terms of food and beverage uses. That's really the only change. What's existing is if it's a new building and if you do an addition of 30% or more to the floor area, that would trigger the kind of making sure that that business has a compliant trash enclosure. All food and beverage uses, simply because those uses produce high volumes of waste that result in public health issues. There is a slight adjustment to dimensional standards, again, trading out sort of discretionary standards, pertaining to large residential, non-residential, and mixed-use development to numbers in there, and those numbers are meant to reflect changes in state law for mandatory organics recycling, which is an extra bin. So the enclosures are just getting ever so slightly bigger to accommodate that extra bin. So these changes, those two changes for construction and demo waste, and for trash enclosures would apply to all projects, independent of the self-certification program. We think it's a really great improvement. It provides more clarity in the process. So next steps, the non-structural commercial TI, this phase 1. If the council approves it tonight, it will launch in April 27, 2026, with the launch of the new Clarity permitting software. It makes sense to align it in that one so that we're not running like two systems at the same time, and we're quite literally building that at the moment. Phase 2 and 3 are proposed 6 months subsequent to each other. We have heard feedback about whether that timeline could be compressed, and I think it certainly could be something that we could do. We're in discussions on the AI plan check tools right now, that could facilitate that process, particularly when it comes to the detached ADUs. So I think, our intention is to bring back those subsequent phases, as soon as we can, and it's supported by our systems. We would be developing materials before the program launch in terms of a dedicated webpage. There would be specialized forms providing a lot of upfront information so that applicants are well aware of, what they need to comply with, and also a lot of communications and outreach around this. So I leave you with a recommendation, and happy to answer your questions. And we have the full slate of city staff here available as well.
Before we go to questions, interim city clerk, do you want to?
I just wanted to, before we enter questions, remind you that we need to open the public hearing, and we have 4 speakers.
Great. Do you suggest that we take the speakers before we ask questions? Yes. Okay. Thank you for that reminder. We are now opening the public hearing. We have a minor, so we will call him first, Maddie Fuchs Lynch. Then we have Brad Ewing, Sam Shapiro Klein, Todd Lynch.
Hi there. One of the main obstacles to any building project, from a simple remodel to entire buildings, is the plan check bottleneck. Compliant projects get stuck waiting for approvals for months or even years at a time. City staff have so much on their plates that they aren't able to handle the backlog and build up reviews quickly enough. This extra waiting drives up costs for builders in a huge way, which gets passed on as higher rents, as well as forcing builders into building more luxury apartments, just to make the numbers work. If we want a Santa Monica where it's possible to build affordable housing, ADUs, or frankly even just remodel a bathroom on time, we need to ease that bottleneck. So many of the city's vacant spaces are just forever pending review. Self-certification will augment staff capacity and streamline permitting so city government can just deliver better. Thank you.
Hello again, Council. Brad Ewing, co-chair of Santa Monica Ford, speaking in support of the item. I think what's been proposed is great, and I really urge you to go kind of bigger and bolder than what's been proposed tonight. I really liked how I believe his name was Deputy City Manager Pete had framed things. That the city's adopting a more entrepreneurial attitude, we're getting things done, and I really think this is in line with that ethos. And so I'm reiterating the 4 recommendations that were in our letter. It sounds like city staff read and incorporated that, so thank you all very much appreciated. So number 1, reduce the stringent application pre-qualification requirements. So there are qualified professionals who are familiar with our code today, but may not have hit that 3 permit kind of threshold, so consider lowering the threshold to 1 or 2 permits. Secondarily, allow non-structural exterior tenant improvements to have parity with the internal tenant improvement provisions of the item. Thirdly, narrow the restaurant and bar exclusion. I think is well known to everyone, but our local businesses are really kind of the bedrock of our community. They're really struggling in the current economic climate. And it's a recurring theme raising conversations when I talk to restaurateurs and business owners that a frequent bottleneck is the permitting process. And lastly, expedite the adoption of phases 2 and 3 for the certification processes of ADUs and single unit dwellings. This is very complementary with the other pro-housing policies that this council has pursued to spur housing production and address the acute housing shortage. So thank you all for your time and happy holidays.
Thank you. Mr. Shapiro Klein.
Mayor, Council. Thanks. So I would echo the comments from Brad on the particular adjustments, but just I would encourage you to think about the perspective of the user of this program as you consider these changes. So if you are a licensed architect, you're going to have to go out and get additional liability insurance in order to participate. So there is a real bar associated with even being pre-approved to do self-certification programs. And so with that in mind, I think it's really important to kind of open the aperture to allow them to do as many projects as is possible without incurring too much risk for the city so that they have the right incentives to actually go and get that insurance. And so similarly, right, like the other piece of the number of projects that someone will be doing and that makes them eligible. The city of Santa Monica, realistically, right, most architects will be doing projects in the city of LA and other jurisdictions. And so if they have been having less presence in the city of Santa Monica, I think going out, getting liability insurance is a pretty big bar to ask people. I defer to the expertise of our staff on this, but I think this is an area we can look to make it a little bit easier to get into the program and a little bit expand the confines of what are the eligible projects to self-certify. Thank you very much and happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch.
Hi there, thank you. My name is Todd Lynch, and I am a Santa Monica resident and an architect, and I've owned a Santa Monica business for 9 years, and I've designed and built quite a few projects over the years, and I'm very familiar with the the challenges of getting through the review processes, which just are sort of the way that the process has to work right now. And I can certainly attest that the current process has become a major choke point for various small construction projects and a frustration to owners and just a sort of drag on development, right? And so this is not a unique situation to Santa Monica. It's something that many other jurisdictions have had difficulties with in other building departments, but it is definitely an area where our city can lead, and I think that this ordinance and the thought that city staff have put into the way that this is structured and rolled out are extremely effective and very encouraging, and I think it's a really great opportunity for the city to lead in this. These are solutions that can help to achieve the kind of housing and revitalization goals that the council has. It can also become a sort of reasonable approach to facilitate faster processing and more affordable building projects, and many small homeowner projects, small projects and ADUs are currently, set back by the very long processing times that complicate their schedules and drive up their costs. I'm particularly more excited by the benefits for non-structural commercial projects, which can speed and simplify renovations for these tenant improvements or small businesses that may not have a lot of capacity for long delays or escalating budgets. And this is a way to improve our neighborhoods, to improve our neighborhood storefronts, to get people into spaces and operating quickly, to have fun and interesting smaller businesses that are able to kind of operate within our environment. And
Thanks so much. Councilmember Zwick.
Excuse me. First of all, I know we're in questions, but I will just say thank you. As noted in the report, this in some ways goes above and beyond other self-certification programs that were pointed to, and I find that impressive and exciting. So just wanted to say that quickly. Did I have a couple questions related to the person who would be self-certifying and the requirements that they must have. There was a reference to an architect and then to a CASP and then to a number of other licensed professionals. Is it just, in my understanding in other jurisdictions, is it's one entity, though, that is actually doing the self-certification? It's not all these different professionals that have to do something similar in that process? Is that correct?
So who would be the self-certification professional would be that licensed architect, like that's the lead, and then depending on the others, they wouldn't be, these other professionals wouldn't be required to be the lead.
Okay.
That architect would be the project lead.
Got it.
I hope I'm explaining that right. Okay.
And I seem to remember language around like licensed architect or engineer, depending on like the project and its needs. Is that inclusive of that in that way? Like if there was not an architect needed on the project, but rather an engineer?
It could be, yeah. It could be architect or engineer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the CASP, I'm not familiar, in terms of other programs, is that standard as well? Is that person also self-certifying? I'm just trying to understand their role in this.
Yeah, that is not, I don't recall it being standard in other programs, but I think we had recommended it here because of the class of projects we're talking about and the accessibility compliance that is necessary. It just gives that level of trust. Yeah, Sia, there you are. Yeah. I'll have our building official address that particular, why we included that.
Good evening. My name is Sia Pursabayan, I'm a building official. Answer to your question, when we work with TI, our experience is that we issued a permit, a lot of issues with the accessibility requirements. So because we're going with self-certification, we put that requirement in place. So the plans are reviewed by a certified professional that expert in accessibility. So that gives us more confidence for us to issue a permit without reviewing the plans. So,
Is that someone who's also then having to do the self-certification and take on the liability and all of those things, or just a review by a licensed person?
At this time, we're looking at licensed architect to be the lead for the project, And as part of that, if the plans have accessibility requirement, that certified CAS person will review the plan to put their stamp. If there are electrical plans, we want that the electrical engineer to review the plans and stamp. So, but they still will hold the architect.
Okay, so it's just someone that they have to employ to
Exactly.
review the plan and say it looks good to them.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you for that. And then there was mention specifically of having to take on additional liability insurance in the comments, and I don't. Again, I'm just curious. In other jurisdictions, I mean, I know that my understanding is that when an architect works on any building or plan, there's a certain amount of liability that they incur even without a self-certification program. So is it common to have to take on additional liability insurance? Is this something that would be, that other programs require, first of all?
Yes, yeah, that's what we've seen is the liability insurance is required, yeah.
The additional liability insurance?
The additional, yeah.
Okay, and the other self-certification
Yes.
programs? Okay, and that, I'm not sure exactly, I'm just, again, just trying to make it so that there's, as mentioned, as little friction as possible to get people to actually induce to do this.
Yeah, it's interesting when we actually workshop this a little bit with our architecture review board because licensed architects, but even just other licensed professionals, and I think there were varying opinions or feedback on whether they would use it just because they're like, this is a tremendous amount of liability, for me, the design professional, to take on. It was an interesting perspective. I think in some of the research from other cities, that's a similar thing. But I think to that point, it is a voluntary program. They're not required to do it. Certainly those that are willing to take advantage of it could. But we did hear that feedback. It wasn't all fully enthusiastic. It was like, that's interesting, but this liability can be substantial.
No, of course, and I've talked to architects who have used it and would be excited to. I just want to make sure there wasn't an additional barrier to say, well, I would use it, but now I'm being asked to do something above and beyond that I'm not normally asked to do in another jurisdiction.
Yeah, I mean, from what we saw, it's pretty normal, to require that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of, there were some comments about restaurants. You mentioned them in your report.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's, I recognize some of the obstacles that have been cited as to why they're more complicated. I think there's just, I guess I'll just speak generally that obviously when we envision the downtown or other places that we're hoping to move towards, experiences, things that take people out of their homes that people are still willing to go to. Obviously, restaurants are high on that list. Additionally, restaurants are struggling in general right now. So despite it being a sort of relatively small number of permits that are issued each year, it's something that I think we all as a city are hoping to encourage. And in that sense, I guess I'm struggling a little just with the fact that I guess both when it comes to the self-certification process and when it comes to this notions of enclosures, it feels like restaurants are being singled out as sort of not being able to partake as much in some of the streamlining. And I'm just curious, I know you said this is a part of a broader suite of changes that are being worked on to simplify this process. And I'm just curious, first of all, I think we communicated a bit about this, about what kind of accommodations could be done in light of some of the overall obstacles that we're encountering with making it easier for restaurants. And two, what are other things that we are doing simultaneously in that same time?
I can speak to it, and I'd invite, I think, my Public Works colleagues to maybe speak to some of the RRR improvements. I think, we've talked a little bit more about the, as a team since, the staff report was published is, what can be done on restaurants. I think on the building code self-certification, there would certainly be an openness, to having the self-cert program be open to all restaurants for building code plan check. We would require that they have county health approval, before as part of their submittal package. So it sort of just removes that issue. However, from the public works standpoint, these kind of industrial waste systems, and the capacity needed to collect that waste, and ensuring that there's like compliant trash enclosures. Those things are harder to fix. After a permit's been issued, it's in construction. If it's not compliant. But if anyone would like to come up to kind of just address that issue and that concern.
Good evening, Council. Chris Bishop from Public Works, and we also have Yvonne Young from. Good evening, Council. Yvonne Young, Resource Recovery and Recycling Manager. So, as Jing correctly pointed out, the trash enclosure is a structural, part of the structure of the business. So this is something that we feel like it's actually more beneficial for the business to know the requirement upfront, as opposed to finding out later during final inspection, which will actually cost the business more money and time in getting the process, getting the permit approved. So, like Jing mentioned, restaurants create a large amount of solid waste, especially food waste, which creates, quite honestly, public sanitation and safety consequences that the business as well as the nearby neighbors have to deal with for many years to come. And that's why we do feel pretty strongly that restaurants need to go through more of a review process to make sure they're in compliance.
So the only thing I would add to that is, what we are looking for is not complex, and so we can absolutely commit to a much more expedited time frame to turn those reviews around if council was looking for something like that. Again, along with the broader improvements that we're making anyways across the board, all timeframes for plan checks are going to dramatically reduce. But if there was some sort of a compromise where we were just looking at specific pieces, we could easily commit to a week or two timeframe for returning things.
So when it comes to the enclosures and the idea that we need to review or upgrade them or otherwise, if it's a restaurant that is replacing a restaurant in a given space, the idea is that it would need to upgrade its enclosures?
So, some of that comes from the state requirements, right, and the new laws that have passed that does require, state compliance would essentially require us to ask for larger trash enclosures.
And I want to emphasize that if a restaurant is currently compliant in terms of the size, then there will be no change required. So we are only focusing on restaurants that are currently out of compliance in terms of the enclosure requirement.
Right. I guess that's my question, and I'll stop belaboring this in a second, but it sounds like there are new requirements, and then there's sort of a penalty that if you want to do something new, then you have to upgrade them. Whereas if you're just operating now, we're allowing you to do so, basically. So it's sort of like we're making it harder for people to do something now versus just, there's some threshold by which we're actually requiring these upgrades versus just requiring them across the board. Is that correct?
Well, I think that's generally what happens, when new laws are adopted. I think that's very accurate what you're saying, that where there's existing uses, there's parallels within land use, right? When you change a rule, whatever is existing can continue and kind of be like what's called non-conforming, and then there's a trigger, by which okay, if you do this thing, that's when, you have to comply with the new rules. And so, the structure here of what's being proposed with the RRR amendments is very much following in that vein, where there's new construction or an addition. And then the restaurants piece, I think it seems like that is born from existing experiences, where it's even a restaurant to a restaurant, maybe it's been non-conforming for a very, very long time, and it causes those public health and safety impacts. So I think there was a desire to include that food and beverage use, as a trigger, because if you don't have a container to hold the trash, you get the mice and the stuff, that comes with that, and it causes, genuine public health and safety concerns. And so, that's why it's not a singling out of food and beverage. And I think that's why I talked about it in context, is the self-certification program is voluntary. We certainly want people to take advantage of it, but it will be paired with, if we self-cert building code, every other, public works review would be a 1 week turnaround, so it's not a huge amount of time. And I think we're working very closely to make those standards, objective and knowable. It's not a guessing game, right? Right off the bat, this is the thing I have to design, and they just want to make sure they check it, because I think in our experience, when something's not done correctly in plan check or it's built incorrectly, it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder to fix. I think we're just trying to make it knowable and easier at the beginning.
Just with restaurants that currently perhaps aren't up to code, are you saying they're all like presenting a health and safety risk right now?
I mean, I don't know how you.
Some are. I mean, we're dealing with one right now, right? So so staff is absolutely realistic about some of the constraints that small businesses face. So we are flexible and understanding when it comes to, for example, space constraints, and we try our best to find creative solutions. Sometimes those solutions unfortunately involve allowing certain businesses to leave their bins in the public right-of-way, in alleys. As you can imagine, that creates another host of problems for its nearby, for the neighborhood. So we do find creative solutions and be flexible, and at times we do grant exceptions whenever absolutely necessary.
Is it common across all, like, I don't know, the rule across jurisdictions in terms of mandating that all these be within enclosures?
Can you repeat the question again, please?
That we have like constructed enclosures for all of this waste. Is that like a common requirement across jurisdictions?
Yes.
Okay. That's it for now. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Raskin.
Thanks. Just one question. I don't know if this is best for you or for city attorneys, and I apologize for not asking this in advance, but we have a fair number of design professionals who sit on city boards and commissions like ARB or Building Fire Life Safety, and obviously there'd be a conflict issue if a project that they're self-certifying came before that board or commission, but I'm wondering if just as a matter of policy, you'd have any thoughts or concerns of limiting eligibility for people who serve on city boards and commissions just as a matter of accountability.
I mean, I would say the class of projects that we are identifying I can't think of an instance where it would go to one of our quasi-judicial boards or commissions. The non-structural, commercial tenant, like interior TI, that is only a building permit. The single-family homes, those are just building permits, unless it's on a hillside. That might be like one, instance, but we could have. That might be a reason to have an exclusion, for that situation. ADUs are never reviewed by a board or commission. Yeah, so, yeah, I don't think I could see that happening, but if you want to weigh in theoretically, yeah.
Well, no, I think to your point and your point, it could be governed by state law, right? Mm-hmm. So if there is an instance that would require recusal, if it did end up in front of the board or commission, then it would default to that anyway. But council could, if there were concerns, include that. I do think it probably sounds like, I'm assuming that as it currently stands, there could be members of boards and commissions that actually do process these permits at this level.
Absolutely,
currently.
Yeah.
So that would be a change in policy.
Yep.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Something for us to think about. Thanks.
Councilmember Snell. Oh, wait, I didn't see. Oh, sorry. You already went out of the queue by the time I looked at this. Hall, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm not a public health professional, nor do I pretend to be, but I am just curious, is there a way we can tease out the difference between food safety for restaurants per se, but drink safety probably has like a different standard? Maybe it doesn't for like bars and nightclubs. Because I think one of my concerns here is that if we're making it easier for retail and office space, like we don't necessarily need or want more of that. We'd rather pivot our downtown towards restaurants, bars, nightclubs, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. I'm just curious if there's a way to tease that out.
I'm not a public health professional either. I don't know if there's a distinction. Whoever wants to inform that, yeah. I mean, like I said, we have an openness to having the restaurants, as part of the building code. I don't know if there's a difference with bars and nightclubs. Sia, do you want to speak to that?
Food establishment requirements are LA County Health Department has certain requirements. It's not that we enforce that, but as part of partnership with them, they ask us to make sure that the project, before we issue a permit, they have already reviewed, LA County has reviewed the plans for them. We just recently have a meeting with them, and they say it's not mandatory for us to put a condition that the permit can only be issued if they have the LA County Health Department. However, they recommend to us to make sure to follow the procedure to make sure that applicant has approval from health department before we issue the permit for consistency to avoid any delays in the project later on. So that was the recommendation. However, it is not mandatory for us to hold a building permit because they don't have LA County Health Department approval. But coming to the requirement for the health department, I mean, food establishment or bars, that's something that LA County has jurisdiction on. Is not a building code requirement.
So are we just enforcing LA County's work for them?
What we do is we ask the applicant to obtain approval from health department. They have a set of plan, this is approved. They bring that set of plan, and we compare versus the set of plan the applicant has given to us to pull a building permit. We compare the two to make sure they're consistent. If there's any changes, then we raise the question.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, now Councilmember Snell.
Thank you. Thank you. I've got two questions. One, based on the self-certification program, what type of indicators should we be looking at as to the success of the program versus, I understand we're shortening time, but I want to know from a council standpoint, what kind of items should we be looking at going forward to see that this program is being successful?
Yeah, I mean, I think that as I go back to, it's probably good to come back to the program goals. So, part of council's direction here was, number one, getting businesses open faster. So, as I said, I've talked to that. We're trying to create these multiple pathways, right, to get people to their permits faster. The second piece is reducing that staff workload to allow us to kind of get the small things out the door and focus on the big complicated things. And I think that will be a measure of really, what's the participation rate in the program. And I think, there necessarily has to be some auditing in the beginning to be are people abusing this program or are they using it appropriately? And, so I think that's why that 3 strikes safeguard is in place. This is, like I said, handing over trust, to a licensed professional that is taking on a tremendous amount, of liability and just ensuring it's being used appropriately and responsibly, so that's, I think, as we roll out this pilot, we do want some time. I think it'll take some time for folks to kind of warm up to the idea and, use it. And I think, we'll be able to report back, hopefully over a matter of 6 months, here, this is how this has gone. I think that's our hope. I think if council approves it tonight, we'll do a lot of marketing and launch around it and, make sure that it's well known that this is a tool that's available.
That's great. And then my second question pertains to the 3-strike rule. Have you thought about applicants that have 2 strikes, how we would communicate to them where they are with respect to?
We can absolutely develop guidelines and, communications around that.
Okay.
I think, and I think we anticipate, because this is very much about, administrative implementation, right, on how we shape this program. This is obviously brand new, for the city, and some of it is going to be a partnership, if you will, with, licensed professionals who take part in this. And, we're asking them to be responsible, right? And they're getting a, pretty great benefit, I think, to get in through the permit process faster. So, that, I think that communication will be open, even with the first violation, be let's try and understand, was this just an accident, or was it something that was deliberate? We'll be able to, I think, to have a good sense of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have one dumb question and then maybe a couple of more specific questions. So, dumb question. Is the applicant in these types of applications the architect or other licensed professional on behalf of the business, or are there multiple occupants, or applicants, that the business owner and the architect are both applicants?
The applicant in this case has to be the licensed professional, the architect, yeah.
And is that what we typically see for these types of building permit applications?
It's required. You want to speak to what's required?
Outside the self-certification, anybody can submit plans. We have permit runners that they get paid, just go to the process, submit the plan. So that's That's in general, not necessarily has to be a licensed architect. At this time, because of self-certification, because we're eliminating the plan review, we like to have a person responsible for the overall project submit the plan, so we hold that person accountable for that things.
Liable, yeah. So they're submitting it on behalf of the business, and the
Exactly.
business gets kind of a copy of everything and is kept in the loop about everything that's going on as well. Okay.
On our permit application, we say who's the applicant will be a licensed architect, so that person will be responsible. Compared to offsite self-certification, anybody can come and submit the plans. So.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I don't look at too many of these applications, as you can probably guess, so I wasn't sure. I appreciate the clarification. And so this ordinance, as proposed, would require pre-qualification of the applicant having completed 3 permits in the city in the last 15 years. Mm-hmm. Do we know kind of what percentage of current applicants or projects that have been going through plan check would hypothetically meet this potential requirement? If we don't, it's okay.
We didn't have a way to get that information. Yeah. I think what we were trying to create was like a long enough time period for someone to have, gotten that experience, if you will. So, it wasn't just like in the last 5 years or really recent. It was just, this longer time span. Yeah.
Yeah, and I noticed that as part of this, you would publish the list of folks who would qualify. So I think that sounds really helpful. Not to move into comments, sorry. For the 3 strikes, could you confirm that the potential, strikes are only connected with violations that the applicant has direct control over?
Yeah, I mean, you can see here an example.
It's what it seemed like, but I wanted to make sure I understand.
Yeah. So I'll just maybe walk through them, like modifications outside. I mean, these are things sort of expanding beyond the scope, of the plans that they submitted. So they said, we're doing this work, and then they went and did something else completely or built something, not on the plan. Maybe you had specialized work, you didn't have the appropriate licensed professionals to do that work, not adhering to building codes, not following city requirements. So certainly all of those things, would be within that applicant's control.
Got it. So anything that's not within their control, like say somebody goes beyond what they were supposed to do, and the applicant, either doesn't notice or can't rein them in time, that it depends.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I think that's part of this program is that person is taking responsibility for that. These are examples of the violations. I think it's going to be case by case, honestly, for us to assess, like, is that a violation, and sort of understand the specific facts of the case. But generally, yeah, outside the scope of the approval, I think there's an expectation, there's oversight, over the thing, but we would, we would take a look at everything, I think, come to a reasonable determination.
Okay, that makes sense. And so it says that the pre-qualification is folks having completed 3 permits in the last 15 years of a similar scope. Could you please clarify kind of how narrow or broad that similar scope would be?
I think it's just that you've done projects of similar kind. Like, so if you're submitting for that commercial non-structural TI, have you done other commercial TIs in the city is a good example, so you've not only done single family homes or something, you have, it just demonstrates you're familiar, with commercial codes and requirements, for those kinds of projects. That's really what it is. Yeah.
Okay, but it's not so narrow that, you have to have worked on installing this specific type of material and, okay, got it. Thank you for that clarification. And so last question, did staff look at other potential options for pre-qualifications? Because I noticed that for the city of LA, it's the pre-qualification requirement is at least 3 completed permits in the county of LA, and it doesn't have that time period, at least from what it says in the staff report. It doesn't seem like there's that 15-year time period. Mm-hmm. Did we consider anything like, at least 1 permit in the city of Santa Monica in the last 15 years and 3 in the aggregate in the county of LA or anything like that? Is ours kind of more narrow because it's a broader?
Yeah, I think it's important to understand the scope of that program versus, again, this is extremely unique. Nobody self-certifies fire, fire code, public works, city planning. No one does that. They just do building code, and the building code, to the extent it's consistent, generally speaking, across cities, that makes a perfect sense, right? That you're doing county, city of Los Angeles. That's not going to be a huge variance generally. Santa Monica's codes, as you're well aware, zoning is different from city to city. Our municipal code, as it relates to public works requirements, is different, than the city of Covina or something. Like those unique factors, I think, really speak to the scope of the program we're trying to create, where there's no plan review whatsoever. And so we do want folks that have worked in the city and, demonstrate like you have actually applied these requirements, in a project before.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Zweck. Is this still questions?
Maybe one question, and then I can transition into comments.
Okay, great. So
okay.
if people have comments, you can put yourself in the queue.
There was just one thing I forgot to ask, in part because I think you mentioned it might be for someone else, which just had to do with this question of higher degrees of occupancy hazard.
Oh, yeah.
I just was trying to understand what would be the hierarchy of by which a project would go from one degree to another, and how common that is, and what an example of 1 degree of occupancy hazard versus another when you're talking about this kind of commercial tenant improvement work.
Like totally CSA.
The reason we limit the self-certification to, for example, TI when there's no change of use, the reason is as follows. For example, if somebody has an office building and they want to convert that to retail, the code requirements are different for office versus retail. For example, in an office, when structurally, they're designed for less load when it is retail, because retail, you have all these goods that you're, the racks and all the goods that you have. So there's a difference in that thing. So, and the scope of work, we indicate that's supposed to be non-structural. So if they go from office to retail, then we have to look at the structure to make sure the building is designed adequately to take the load that is required for a retail space. So therefore, that's what, if I go from office to retail, there's a difference in occupant load. For example, office is, we call it occupant load. For every 150 square foot, we assign 1 occupant load, versus if you have a retail, we assign for every 60 square foot, for example, for 1 occupant. So if you go from an office to retail, you intensify the use. You have more people in that retail space. And therefore, that triggers for us to make sure we have enough doors for people to get out in the case of emergency. That's why we're trying to be getting away from those change of uses because of all these factors. However, what our recommendation is, if there's a change of use, for example, we recommend for applicant to schedule a meeting. We can have a joint meeting with us, building safety and fire department. We can, in half an hour, we can look at the project, answer this question, make sure they're on the right track. Yes, we do an inspection at the end. We make sure nothing is missing. However, it's good to have all those issues identified in the beginning that would prevent the delays of the project. So that's our recommendation, is not to get involved, not to have the change of use or occupancy as part of this self-certification.
But there are change of uses that are allowed under this program, correct? No changes of use?
Good afternoon. Good evening. Joe Cavan, your fire marshal. I think a good reference point when we were talking about it is our sprinkler ordinance. If you look at it, table 8.44 has degree of hazard for occupancies, and it's a higher classification of occupancy, not necessarily the same level or lower. So, the big concerns would be something like within that table, and I don't have that with me. I have it pulled up in front of me, but oh, okay. There it is. So this is for the sprinkler ordinance, but if you have, an existing restaurant, which is an A2 occupancy that now is going to shove 40 kids in it and make it a school, that's an extreme, but I'm saying it's going to a higher occupancy. And that's something that we're going to need to look at. It changes
I mean, not only your fire sprinklers, fire alarm, those type of things, but also, multiple structural requirements that I would defer to building and safety to really look at, but exiting requirements. So something like that is a much higher risk that we feel like we would need to see, but it's not every change of use.
Okay, yeah, because I'm just trying to understand from this, like, how many types of projects are going to get subsumed under this idea of like, well, we'd love to do self-cert, but it's actually a higher degree of occupancy hazard. Like, how many times when, like, I'm just trying to gather, like, when we see businesses turn over and commercial non-structural TIs occur, how often are we going to a higher degree of occupancy hazard?
Sia might be able to give you a better number. I don't think it happens too often. Usually when there's going to be something else, it's a complete, demolish and a new build with a new occupancy type. But I don't know if you have a certain number.
Our experience is mostly when they do the TI, is for the same use. For example, we have office TI or retail TI. We never had, very few, we had change of use from one occupancy to another. The only experience recently we had is the schools that just moved to Santa Monica because they go from office to e-occupancy, and there are a lot of more restrictive. That's the only thing.
But when it comes to, say, retail, there aren't, like, different categories of retail, for instance?
No, retail will be the same. Like clothes retail, you have other places. Like beauty salon is the same kind of, I mean, it's a business, it's not change of use.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Depends on the use.
Okay, well, that's my remaining question. I appreciate it. I would say, again, I'm excited to do this, excited to be a leader in this. There are jurisdictions that have done this. There are architects and engineers that have participated in other jurisdictions, and I hope that would be the same case here in Santa Monica. I think it makes a lot of sense that we're starting with commercial TIs because I think the goals of this council and the city is really to make it easier to get business into our spaces that are empty, make it easier for landlords to get their tenants in quicker, and for tenants to not go through an endless sort of permitting process when they're trying to do business in our city. So I'm excited for that. I would say that I do want to make sure that it's not too much gatekeeping when it comes to who can participate. If we're saying that you have to have a lot of experience in the city, we're making it pretty hard for someone who's trying to get experience in the city potentially to participate, or hasn't been working for 15 years or something like that. I also appreciate the efforts to sort of try to make some exception or try to relax things slightly for restaurants. I think what I heard from staff was that we could allow for self-certification of building code plans as part of the process, albeit not as complete as sort of some of the program would be for other uses. So I would move that we approve the program as adopted, but include the direction that we allow for self-certification of building codes for restaurant TIs as well. And that when it comes to the other requirements, I guess when I hear similar scope, I'm just curious. I mean, if you're doing something of greater scope, wouldn't that necessarily entail knowing the smaller stuff too? So could it not be sort of similar scope or greater in some way? If you're doing a whole building, I assume you know enough about an internal TI in that way. So I guess I would propose that it be I would propose we lower the requirement for from 3 projects to 2, and we say of similar scope or greater. And those are the only 2 things I would propose that we look at as we approve this program. And I would move that.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, great. It looks like Raskin is in the queue next. Mayor Negrete, former Mayor Negrete seconded it. Raskin go next, and then we have Zernitskaya and Negrete.
First of all, thank you to all the staff who have put in countless hours for this. Ross, Jira, Michelle, Sia, Yvonne, everyone. It's a team effort. Mayor Brunswick, I like what we're trying to get to. I would defer to staff in terms of the recommendations for the restaurant TIs, given that there are public health implications, and the 2 projects versus 3. I mean, I think that the people who are going to be involved in this will generally have a lot of experience with this. So I'm going to make a substitute motion that we proceed with the staff recommended actions listed under item 12A of the agenda.
Can I just make one clarification? The idea that self-certification for building code only in restaurant TIs was proposed by staff as a thing that seemed workable. Is that correct?
Yes, that's something we could be supportive of, but like the public works plan review would still be retained. So this is just only for the building code.
Okay. All right. You know what? For the sake of consensus, I'll withdraw the substitute motion.
I'll call on Councilmember Zernskaya.
Thank you. I just had two quick comments in addition to just expressing gratitude for getting this to us and moving forward on our stated goals of expediting permits. So in terms of implementing phases 2 and 3 in shorter periods of time to the extent possible, I'm comfortable with shortening those time periods and implementing phases 2 and 3 no later than 6 months after the prior phase, if the rest of the council is amenable to that. And I would love to get updates on the success of each phase along the way, which I assume we would be getting anyway, but just wanted to note that. And I'm supportive of the staff recommendation on the policy question of how long to disqualify a project lead, option 1. Thank you.
And I'll just say I forgot to weigh in on that question, but it's amenable to the maker as well. Councilmember Negrete.
I just quickly wanted to say, Jesse and I think, I don't know when we brought this forward, it feels like a very long time ago. So thank you. And also, yes, ditto on all the things above. And I just want to clarify for folks who wrote in that were afraid that this was speeding, fast tracking, major development. I think we're just trying to remove obstacles for businesses and push forward our local economy. And this does that, because we've heard for far too long that the permit process is not just time, it's money. So thank you all for bringing this forward. I know we have a late night ahead of us, so I'll end it there.
Great. So it sounds like we have a motion and a second on the floor, and it would be time for a vote.
Councilmember Negrete? Yes. Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Trosas?
Yes. Congratulations. So now I just want to get some clarification about how we're going to hear these items. City Manager, if we want to hear the ordinance first, or how would we like to do that?
And Madam Mayor, perhaps before you get a clarification, for the reasons previously articulated, I'm going to be recusing from items 10A and 12B through E. And
Back, right?
yeah, someone could just text me when you're done.
Okay.
I'll be around.
Waiting for Ellis to.
Oh, right. Thanks, Alice. Yeah, we still have the 16 items after.
Thank you, Mayor Trosas. Members of the council, as we move into the digital sign related considerations, there are two components to what the council will be considering. One is an ordinance establishing an overarching digital sign district along the promenade. Then there are corresponding development agreements that would facilitate the approval of 7 proposed signs located within the district. Given the interrelation between those items, we're going to be presenting the ordinance and running through each of the development agreements for consideration as a unified presentation. There's specific elements with each of the DAs are slightly different that we'll all run through to give everyone an overview. The ordinance will have to be voted on first, though. If the council approves the ordinance, then we'll get into the substantive detail and the approval of each development agreement pursuant to the agenda. This way, everything's all together as we work through the issues associated with the ordinance and the DAs.
Great. So might I suggest that we take comments and questions together? Is there one PowerPoint presentation, or are you planning on doing multiple presentations?
It's multiple presentations. So we have to do the ordinance, and then
Okay.
we have to do 4 separate public hearings because they're separate contracts. So
Okay, let's, we are not trying to be here all day, so let us
Yeah.
expedite it. Thank you. No problem. I understand it's a public hearing.
So I'm going to start, and then I'm going to hand it over to the amazing Rachel Kwok, who has led this effort. So just to talk about the digital displays, and also putting them in context. This program supports the city's realignment plan efforts, particularly around investments in a clean and safe downtown, and the city's efforts to activate, in partnership with DTSM and others, activations on the promenade, supporting existing, activations like the 3rd Street Promenade Entertainment Zone. The digital displays are also consistent with actions the city has taken in the past, with zoning ordinance changes to streamline process and flexibility, kind of creating this environment of innovation on the promenade, experimentation. The 3rd Street Promenade and Santa Monica Place are considered the economic and cultural center of the city. They represent 15% of the sales tax revenue. Santa Monica Place and is an anchor of the promenade, trying to get back to that full prominence. And it's the city's only fully pedestrianized shopping area. It's a unique commercial area, and it's always been treated and given really flexible standards, far more flexibility than the rest of the city. The digital displays are really one component of all of those efforts to revitalize the promenade and the downtown area. The intent of this program is to create an ongoing revenue stream to support city and local businesses. It would reinvigorate storefronts. The signs themselves wouldn't do that. There are requirements for occupancy and the like that we'll talk through. But these sort of collective efforts to revitalize downtown, draw visitors, and again, having the signage be a component, of all of those activities to bring life back to the promenade and to Santa Monica Place. To provide some background, this ordinance would live within the Santa Monica Sign Code, Chapter 9.61, as a special section to create this special design district, and it's intended to provide a framework for the city's review of development agreement applications that have been submitted. And the ordinance is responsive to council action and direction provided at your June 10th meeting. And you can see here a listing of the actions that the council has taken to support large format digital signage in the city, which began as a pilot initially at Santa Monica Place and then ultimately expanded with council direction this past June to include the 3rd Street Promenade as well. The digital display ordinance was published for public review on October 20th. We received a lot of comments back. There was also a public hearing at the Planning Commission, and all of those community feedback and also the Planning Commission's comments have been incorporated into the ordinance. We want to note that in this staff report you're receiving tonight, those additional edits are indicated in green in the presentation. We've also made copies of the revised ordinance available at the clerk's desk for anybody in the chamber who would like it, and it should be also on the council dais, and if it's not, we're happy to hand that out. I'll now turn over the presentation to Rachel.
Thank you, Jing. Rachel Kwok, environmental planner. So as Jing mentioned, the ordinance really serves as the regulatory framework for allowing these types of digital displays on the promenade and at Santa Monica Place. Right now, our municipal code does not allow that. So this ordinance is a way for us to control the proliferation of these digital displays. And this ordinance would require that each of these displays be processed through a development agreement. And these development agreements would basically set forth the terms and obligations to which the applicant would have to abide by. The ordinance is guided by 4 policy objectives. Jing has already touched on the first policy objective, which is really aligning with the city's realignment plan and really reactivating the downtown, consistent with the vision that we had in the downtown community plan and our loose. Other driving policy objectives are where we want to make sure that we have economic recovery and revitalization of the downtown and the promenade. Also, we also want to allow innovation. Now, with the advent of technology, there's a lot of new signage technology with 3D signage that we want to really take advantage of. But at the same time, we want to also make sure that we have standards that respect, uses around the promenade. And lastly, the ordinance is driven by the need and the desire to expand on community benefits and to provide cultural enrichment opportunities. So this is just a summary of the highlighted standards in the ordinance. As I mentioned, the ordinance does require that these displays be processed through a development agreement. And I'll speak to each of those later on in the separate presentations. The ordinance also requires that there be community benefits. Specifically, it outlines financial community benefits that must be provided. We have provided these in the ordinance to make sure that all applicants are treated fairly and equitably, and so that there is a general level of expectation what the city will require if you're putting up these digital displays. Included within those community benefits is a 20% city and art content allocation that must be provided. The ordinance also provides standards with regards to display type, permanent locations, etc., which I'll go over. I mentioned location. So the ordinance restricts digital displays to really two different locations. One are on corner buildings located on the promenade. So each corner building is allowed to have one display at a maximum of 1,000 square feet. So that display could wrap the corner or it could be at the corner, and it has to be a single display face. Except for landmark buildings, we recognize there might be some flexibility needed where maybe they can't wrap the building because of certain historic features. So we would be allowing double face displays, permitted that each of those faces have the same content on both sides. And then also at the Santa Monica Place Shopping Center, we would allow a maximum of 4 digital displays with each display not exceeding 1,000 square feet. So in total, it'd be 4,000 square feet at Santa Monica Place, but no more than 4 digital displays. And so the purpose of these limited locations is to really minimize impacts on residential uses that are outside of the district. So you'll see while along the promenade, there's not many residential uses. There may be a few residential uses on the upper floors of 2 buildings. Most of the residential uses are along 5th Street, 66th Street, and so forth. So we want to try to keep the district confined. And so also allowing these displays on the traffic corners really leverages the high visibility of these locations. They are prime locations for vehicle traffic as well as pedestrian traffic. So, so to speak, we get the bang for our buck at these locations. And then also I mentioned that the ordinance is drafted and regulates these displays so that we could prevent oversaturation of digital displays in the city. I know it's hard to tell on this map, but the green is the district boundaries, and then the pink is kind of hard to tell, but those are the permitted sign locations or display locations. So if you count the total, up to 16 proposed digital displays could be installed and operated under the ordinance. As of today, 7 have been proposed, and those are all 7 are coming before you tonight. A hallmark feature of the ordinance is that it's not just about sign regulation. One thing that the ordinance really plays the emphasis on is building occupancy. And we heard loud and clear that, we don't just want digital displays and signage on an empty building. So the ordinance does require that minimum building occupancy thresholds be established through the development agreement. The reason why there's not set standards in the ordinance itself is because we want those specific thresholds to be established by a development agreement to account for variability of sites and operations. One building is different than, one building on the promenade, for example, is different than Santa Monica Place Shopping Center, which has multiple buildings. And so occupancy, the text in green, as you can see, is we are adding in new language in the ordinance to define what occupancy is, because we've heard, people say, what does occupied mean? Well, we will be adding a definition in the ordinance that says that occupancy is defined as leasable space that is physically occupied not vacant, and open for business. This is to ensure that there's actually activity going on at where the signs are being proposed. And then also one thing that we are requiring within the ordinance is, of course, quarterly reporting of the vacancies. So if a building somehow becomes vacant, they would be required, the applicant would be required to report to us every quarter as part of the minimum annual guarantee reporting, which I will speak to later. Another thing, as I said, one of the policy objectives is for the ordinances to really balance technological innovation with standards that respect existing sensitive residential uses. So one of the ways we do that is through requiring that each of these displays be processed through a development agreement. So all the digital displays must comply with not only the standards in the ordinance, but they also must provide the community benefits that are established, including the financial terms of the financial community benefits, the city content allocation, which is the 20%, and the occupancy standards, which have been negotiated throughout each of the DAs. The DA, as I mentioned, establishes the terms and the contractual obligations that the applicant must adhere to. So it has in there obligations about the city's auditing rights. Also, what we have also added in since the staff report is content standards. We understand that the council has some concerns about, what is being displayed on these signage or these large format displays. And so we've added new content standards, and they would be appended as part of the development agreement. I'll go over those changes later in detail, but they also should be in front of you, and that the copies of the ordinance. And I just also want to reiterate that per the ordinance, no further design review is required. Once council approves these development agreements, there is no further design review. So what you see is what you get. Also, with regards to other standards, the ordinance regulates the type of signage displays that's allowed. They can't be freestanding, meaning they can't just be a post and then a display mounted. They have to be mounted on the corner building. The size I mentioned is set as 1,000 square feet. And originally, the ordinance had proposed operational hours of sunrise to 1 a.m. The 1 a.m. was proposed, with respect to the residential uses. However, we've heard a desire to expand the hours to 2 a.m. to align it with the entertainment zone. So what is before you is an expansion of the hours, which is 6 a.m. during the months of April to September and ending at 2 a.m. And then between October and March, it would start at 7 a.m. and then end at 2 a.m. I mentioned the content. In addition to the content standards that's appended to the DA, the ordinance does allow for off-premise content. So off-premise content means that the display can advertise for goods or services that are not sold on the premise. So for example, if you have Uniqlo, Uniqlo can advertise for an event or service or any other good that is not sold within the store. So this digital display district ordinance is different than the sign code with respect to that. Also, what we're adding in the ordinance that is a new change is that the content would be restricted to one advertisement at any given time. So they can't split the screen and have one advertisement running Coca-Cola and another advertisement running Birkenstocks or something like that. So the other standards that's in the ordinance, which has not changed, is the energy use, requiring that all the displays use 100% renewable energy resources. Audio is prohibited except for when there's city programming events, and that would be at the city discretion. Maintenance, the ordinance would require that these displays be maintained in good condition. They would not be ugly. They would be free from graffiti, rust, or blight. We've also added in conditions that they would be in, that if there's any damage to the LED malfunction, any damage to LED panels, or if the LED panels malfunction or are damaged, they must be repaired or replaced as soon as possible. There's also a standard in there that if the sign somehow, the display malfunctions, they're required to either turn off or there should be an automatic shut-off switch required. And then also the digital displays, there are requirements that on projections and encroachment that they must adhere to. So within the ordinance, they cannot project more than 5 feet above the roof line or the facade of the building, meaning that you can't put the display right on top of the roof and then have a large rooftop sign. So that limits the height of the top of the display. In addition, what has been modified is requiring that these displays be installed or placed at least 14.5 feet above the roadway as well as the sidewalk. Council may approve a lesser height, no less than 11.5 feet through the development agreement. And then also the last requirement is that the displays cannot extend more than 3 feet beyond the property line unless an encroachment permit is obtained. And that's to ensure that there's not a hazardous vehicle obstruction, that it wouldn't block lines of sight for traffic. One thing also that the ordinance does is that if the display is on a landmark building, they do not have to receive a certificate of occupancy or go through a landmarks commission. They, however, for future projects, not the projects that are before you tonight, for future projects, they must do a non-binding consultation with landmarks commission to make these 3 findings of reversibility, no impairment of significance of landmark, and that all physical characteristics of that landmark building remain intact. These same findings, 3 findings, also have to be made for one of your projects before you tonight, so we'll get to that. And then lastly, what has been added also since the public draft of the ordinance is that there is a good neighbor policy. We want to make sure that if the public is adversely affected, by a malfunction or violation of a standard, there is someone to talk to. And so it does require that the applicant provide a single contact information for people to communicate to about the display. And then lastly, the ordinance also has illumination standards. These standards were developed based on a lighting study prepared by Francis Gray, who's here tonight. And he analyzed the worst case of lighting impacts, which is all 16 signs up and running. And so these lighting standards have been developed based on that lighting study. And so what is established in the ordinance is that during the daytime, the luminescence, which is the brightness that is coming from the sign, cannot exceed 6,000 candelas per meter squared, basically just an energy level. And then from sunset until 10 p.m., it can't exceed 300. And then from nighttime between 10 p.m. and then the closing hours, that brightness is reduced to 200. Of course, we talked about the operation hours. They have to be shut off between 2 a.m. or until 6 a.m. or 7 a.m., depending on what month it is. And then also there is an additional standard to protect residential uses. That is to have that standard that says that any lighting that is from that display cannot exceed 3-foot candles. There's an illustration there about what that 3-foot candle means. It's the luminescence, basically how much light is shining onto that one object, how much light they're receiving. So that can't exceed 3-foot candles. And that also the ordinance requires that a lighting study be prepared prior to operation of the display, and that lighting study has to be conducted every 2 years to ensure that they're in compliance with the lighting standards. Also, the ordinance considers driver safety. We're cognizant that these are new, and these are new displays. Santa Monica has never had these before, and so we want to make sure that they don't pose a hazard to drivers or a distraction. And so there are a number of regulations in there that prohibit things like any signage or warnings or signalization that could be mistaken for a traffic direction. It prohibits red flashing or blinking lights. Also, there's, to kind of prevent that strobe effect, there is that transition rate of no more than once every 12 seconds, meaning that if there is a static image, for example, if you're advertising, the City Pride event, then that image has to stay on there for at least 12 seconds before that image moves on to the next. There's also a transition requirement of no less than 1 second. for the image as well, and no strobe effects. And then also what we've added is that while we have previously prohibited no scrolling text in vertical or horizontal, we want to make sure we also cover diagonally in any direction. So modifying the text to say no scrolling text in any direction. Also, just what is in the ordinance is a financial community benefits requirements, and that is really largely based on an economic study that was completed by Playfly. Andrew is here tonight from Playfly to answer any questions you might have about the study. But they analyzed the best-in-class advertisement. They've been doing this for years. They're the economic consultant for the city of West Hollywood. And what they looked at was like the potential revenue generation of all 16 displays. And so again, that's kind of a conservative analysis because we don't know if all 16 displays are going to be developed and installed and operated. So what they did was they looked at all 16. They reviewed existing vehicle and pedestrian counts. They assumed, of course, with the 20% city allocation, that's going to take away some of their advertisement revenue, so they assumed that in their analysis. And then they also assumed that perhaps maybe these displays might not have 100% advertisement occupancy. There might be some times where they can't sell enough of the display time, so it assumes that 80% advertisement occupancy. And so what they found was that in terms of market sizing for all 16 displays, expected to generate about 19 million to 27 million annually. In terms of the per board average, that's 1.2 to 1.7 million annually. And this varies really depending on location. For example, you might have some locations that are, better than others. They might get more vehicle traffic than others. But generally speaking, this is per board average. And so based on that market study that Playfly did, the ordinance requires that each DA provide financial community benefits consisting of a one-time contribution of $500,000 to be paid upon the permit issuance of the display. So this is the base $500,000. If this is not paid by June 30th, 2027, let's say the display comes online in June 2028, it escalates 3% annually, and that's really to account for inflation. In addition to that one-time contribution, their applicants are also required to pay the grade of either a 20% revenue share of the gross annual revenue. So whatever amount of money they're getting from advertisement, we get 20%, or the greater of or the minimum annual guarantee, whichever is the greater of, and the minimum annual guarantee that is established in the ordinance is $500,000. Again, this escalates at 3% annually on June 30th, 2027. However, there is a 3% saturation discount. This is to address operators' concerns that once you get more and more displays in the market, it's no longer a premium product, and so they're saying it's going to cut into our revenues. And so what has been added to the ordinance is also like this 3% saturation discount at display 10. So if their MAG is, let's say, $600,000 at a certain point in time and display 10 comes online, they get a discount of 3%. And then the 11th display comes online, they get another 3% discount. So that's how that MAG works. Again, if, however, the display ends up generating advertisement revenues that's greater than that MAG, then we get the 20% share. Also, the ordinance does provide for a proportionate reduction in the one-time contribution and the MAG if the display size is less than 1,000 square feet. So if you have an 800 square foot sign, there is a proportionate reduction in one-time contribution and MAG. However, that reduction is limited to only 50%. So in no case would the city ever get less than 250. Also, an important community benefit that is added to the ordinance is this allocated community content for civic news, public service announcement, cultural arts programming, public art. Each digital display must allocate 20% of its total annual operating time to the city. And we're envisioning that this city and art content would be curated through a city administered program. Of course, we would need resources to do this program. But for example, like the city can combine its allocation of the 20%, which equates to about 12 minutes per hour. Perhaps like there's an event going on, like, Dia de los Muertos, and they could just combine all of the allocation time into, a coordinated special event display. And so that's what the city has the right to do. The digital displays can also expand community access to public art. We can showcase public art through, a program that is similar to West Hollywood's Moving Image Media Art Program, where they have dynamic media rotating through local highlights of, local artists or regional artists, and they have seasonal showcases. What we can see happening is turning the 3rd Street Promenade and the Santa Monica Place into kind of this evolving outdoor public art museum. And so lastly, I leave you with the recommended actions, which is adopt the CEQA findings and introduce the first reading of this ordinance with the amendments as indicated tonight. And I also have, I guess those changes didn't make it in this PowerPoint presentation, but it's basically all the changes I highlighted in green throughout this report and also indicated in your attachment that has been handed out. Any questions?
Thanks so much, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Ms. Kwok. Really great presentation, and thank you for implementing all the changes we've been negotiating over the past 48 hours to you and staff. Can you tell us about how we plan on auditing the public benefits and revenues?
Right, so every year we do development agreement monitoring. So that's one of it. And the city also has a right to conduct audits twice a year. And so that's specified in the development agreement. And City Attorney Susan Cola, who has worked very hard on all of these development agreements, probably knows the ins and outs of how that works. Did I answer your question?
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
I'll try to limit my questions, but I had a couple of them. So how will the transition to it being less bright work? Will it be like a smooth, gradual transition? How does...
Yeah, so it's a great question. The ordinance actually, and didn't mention it here, does require a smooth transition, and Francis can speak to that. But basically, before it turns on, we don't want it just to come on all of a sudden. There is a requirement that it transitions before that happens, easy transition, 45 minutes before it basically turns on. Yeah.
And is part of that a sensor for ambient light to adjust to that?
That's a little bit different. There is an auto control mechanism that is required so that if it's a cloudy day, the display is required to automatically adjust its brightness. And so that is also a requirement that's provided in the ordinance.
And would multiple sensors be required just in case one is obstructed or there's some sort of error with it? Like, is it a single point of failure? Maybe that's too technically specific.
I don't know how the sensors work.
Okay,
to be
that
honest,
might be a
maybe
later
the operator
question.
might
Okay.
know how that works. Yeah.
Okay. No worries. If there are violations of these standards, such as the content, the maintenance, the illumination provisions, how would they be enforced? And what would be the penalties under the ordinance?
All right, I could speak to the illumination standards. So there is that good neighbor policy where violations get reported. And so if it gets reported to the city, we would investigate it. And if necessary, the city manager or his designee can require a new lighting study to be conducted to be in compliance. And with regards to the content restrictions, if there is a violation, it's considered a breach of contract, and there are remedies in there.
Right. We have the ultimate right to going through the process, which is to notify them of a default, the right to cure, then to hold them. Basically, we could terminate the agreement, specific performance. So there are several contract remedies that would hold them to whatever they've obligated themselves to do under the contract, as well as the district ordinance, because we've bootstrapped the requirements for the district ordinance into the development agreement.
So we've got that belt and suspenders kind of approach for that. Thank you. So the ordinance as written, would limit the potential locations that the maximum number of signs under this would be allowed would be 16. So if we were to pass this ordinance as proposed tonight, would the council have the discretion in the future to either increase or decrease the number of potential locations?
It would require a modification to the ordinance, and so that would be, but however, of course, and Ms. Kohler can speak to this, all of our development agreements that have been negotiated is based on the assumption of the district having only the 16 displays.
Right, they would be vested into the current ordinance that's adopted. The ones that are being
Right.
approved tonight and during the term that this ordinance is in effect would be vested into that ordinance. If you were to change in the future, it could apply differently to, the new ordinance could apply to new applications who would be vested in that ordinance.
But it would not.
It would not change it wouldn't change the development agreements that are approved under this ordinance.
Got it.
And any expansion, just so we're fully aware, any expansion of the district will require CEQA analysis, new lighting study, new saturation study, new market analysis study. So it's a whole new effort, basically.
Okay, got it. And let's see here. Under what circumstances would the council potentially be able to deny a development agreement application for a digital billboard in the future if it met all of the other requirements set forth in the ordinance? Because I understand it's the ordinance plus DA, so under what?
It's fully discretionary. You have the discretion, the full discretion, not to approve a development agreement.
Got it. So it's all up to the council if.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right. My one dumb question per item. How big is 1,000 square feet, relatively speaking, and why 1,000 square feet rather than something larger or smaller?
I think what the market is demanding is about 1,000 square feet, and so that has what has been consistently proposed by these operators and what is necessary for sufficient advertisement revenue generation.
Is that what we've seen in other jurisdictions as well?
Pretty much. West Hollywood is 1,000. They do have some exemptions if it is bigger. There is more and more requirements, required of it. They call it extraordinary benefits or something like that. But yeah, generally speaking, 1,000 is kind of the market standard. And I don't know, Andrew, if you've seen any differences of what bigger signs or in the market. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so as Rachel said, the West Hollywood does have billboards at 1,000 square feet. They have also had some that are up to 1,500 square feet. It just depends in terms of the size, and so there are some smaller. But overall, I would say that 1,000 square feet is slightly larger than average.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then, so in terms of scrolling text, I appreciated the clarification that it's no scrolling text in any direction, but I did also notice that there was, animated text is permitted. So does that mean something like captions if it's a brief video, or what does that mean? How is animated text different?
Yeah,
than
we would
scrolling
consider
text?
that animated text. Scrolling text would be something it's line by line, and you kind of have to sit there and read it for a while.
So it's not like that little scrolling news ticker.
No,
or
that
the
would
stock
absolutely
market?
that would be considered scrolling text.
Okay. And then I understand that there are prohibitions on utilizing audio and sound effects with very limited case-specific exceptions. So would these even be built with sound capabilities or speakers if they can't generally use them? Why would they include those?
Yeah, I mean, generally, and you can ask the operators, but what we've heard is that they would be equipped with audio to the extent that the city, might want to use some audio for some of their city programming.
Okay. And let me see here. So do we know on average how much it costs to install and run one of these signs?
It's pretty significant. I don't know the exact number, but it's at least over $1 million. Yeah. And so that's why there is the longer term of the agreement is to really make up for the cost of installing these types of digital displays because they are pretty pricey. And so, you know, when we've asked for shorter term, you know, if other cities have asked for shorter terms, they're not generally amenable just because financially it just doesn't make sense because it does cost a lot of resources.
And is that, you know, 1 million or more just for the sign itself, not including any of the design work or anything else, or is it really vary depending?
I think it would vary dependent. Like in West Hollywood, you actually have, like, for example, displays that look like art pieces, and those are significantly more expensive because they have to curate the artist, they have to, you know, really design the display to be almost like an artistic piece. And so I think it varies. I'm not sure how much each of the ones that are proposed before you tonight cost, but you could certainly ask the operators that.
Okay, thank you. I will hold that question for when we hear from them. And then hopefully final question for now. We heard from a public commenter inquiring about potentially incentivizing occupancies on the promenade by providing some sort of better rates for advertising on these digital billboards for prospective tenants or businesses on the promenade. Is that something that we've looked at? Is that something that the operators could, you know, look at or consider?
We have not had that discussion with them. As part of the community benefits, the city does have the 20% city content allocation, so we could always donate to local businesses, or we can't sell back, obviously, that time. However, the city has discretion to either donate to local businesses and so forth as part of its 20% content.
Okay, and I know I said that was the last question, and I apologize. On the content standards, I noticed that we have prohibitions on things like advertising alcohol or tobacco, cannabis. There are some businesses on the promenade, for example, that do sell alcohol. Would those businesses be precluded from potentially advertising on the billboards, or if they're not, or would they be allowed to advertise as long as they're not specifically advertising the alcohol?
I believe it's really just the alcohol that we're aiming at. Like, there can't be Bacardis, you know, rum. It could be, you know, Baja Cantina serving margaritas, it's fine, but it can't be like Bacardi rum or something like that.
Got it.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't preclude us as the city from also advertising or promoting the entertainment zone, since that does allow, or am I incorrect on that?
I mean, I think you would be. I defer to the city attorney on how that's written, but I believe the digital display, not the digital kiosk already allows the alcohol advertisement.
The content restrictions talk about alcohol products.
Got it.
So not things that convey that.
Okay, all right. Thank you. All right, that was actually my last question. Thanks so much.
Awesome, thank you. Councilmember Snell.
Yes, 12 of the locations, 6 of them are historic. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I noticed with none of the DAs, we are not asking to go to the Historic Society, or we're not asking for any architectural review. Is that correct?
No architectural review. As I mentioned, design review is solely done at the council level. So what you see, what you get is what you get. So whatever you're approving tonight is basically. So there's no further design review. And as far as landmarks, they will have to consult with the Landmarks Commission, future projects will, and it's a non-binding consultation. They'll have to do a consultation with Landmarks Commission.
And why is it that it's at our level and not at the architectural review level? I mean, what's your thoughts about that?
I mean, I think these are all discretionary. It's a council policy decision. However, we've heard that, if council reviews it, doesn't make sense to go through architectural review.
Okay. And then I heard your comment with respect to these DAs being 30 years, but in your study, did you find any digital design concepts that were less than 30 years?
You mean development agreements that were less?
Yes,
Yeah, I mean, the shortest I've seen is 20 years for maybe some other cities, but they're mostly like freeway, freestanding displays. They're not mounted on the building like these ones are. I think the longer term of the agreement too, is also necessary because there are some additional costs with it being installed on a building. The operator has to negotiate the terms between the owner of the building as well, and so there are more financial investments when it comes to building to a display being installed on building.
Okay, and then my other question: if a particular DA doesn't meet the criteria, if someone is falling behind, if we had to sue, would we have to sue the property owner?
Yes, the property owner is ultimately responsible. Whether or not it's the operator, it's still the owner that's held responsible.
And then he would have to.
Correct.
That would be the process with respect to it. Okay. And then my last question, and we heard from some comments from the public tonight. We determined the estimated revenue stream to us would be anywhere from $3 to $5 million with all 16 of them. And this might go to our city manager. Have we thought about a rollout with respect to it, like with the pilot program, with just maybe a few of them to see exactly where they were at this point and be able to give us as council an idea of the success of these particular programs rather than looking at all 16 initially?
Susan, did you want to?
It may seem, actually the concept is exactly that. That's why we did the district concept in the first place, to limit it only to, a set number of locations and to ensure fairness amongst all the applicants, right, based on those 16 spaces. So in a way, this, even though it's not being called a pilot program, it is because it is the first of the city to do this. And so we've done it in a very measured way to see whether and to what extent it works.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
I know I said we're going to expedite here, but I just have two questions if you'll indulge me. What happens if the city does not use the full 20% allocation of our community time in a given hour or day? Does the time revert to private advertising?
It does. So the operator could either sell it for as part of their advertisement revenues, and it gets counted as part of that, either the 20% share, or they could donate it as well to local organizations. It would be up to, but if we don't use it, it's kind of on us. And so, but it would get sold, it would get reverted back to the operator if we don't use it.
Right, because I've heard in other jurisdictions that the time, significantly less than the allotted percentage of time is actually being used. Mm-hmm. And I just want to make sure at a city staff level that we are prepared to fully implement both a civic art, civic engagement program, and also work with our partners like Santa Monica Travel and Tourism,
right,
Pier Corporation, Chamber, et cetera, and many, many others that I'm not mentioning. Sorry to call out people because that's not what we're doing. But how are we prepared to do that as a city staff?
Right, and it's actually indicated in the staff report that this is a brand new program, and we've talked to our cultural affairs folks, and they've indicated that to really administer this program, there needs to be additional resources kind of allocated to creating this city administered program, because what we're finding with the kiosks is, we don't have one, person to really coordinate the city content, really. So at least at the city level. So there would be, a requirement that if this does get adopted, City Council should administer some resources so that we could implement this program.
And just to build on that comment, if the program is ultimately approved by the council this evening, there's obviously revenues associated with the program being launched. We'd certainly look at balancing that out and bringing back a staffing plan as we move forward for how to effectively manage the allocation of our 20% of the screen time associated with the program.
Okay, and we just heard a wonderful presentation on all of the major events that are coming. Are we 100% sure that regardless of the different operators that we have here, at least in what we're potentially approving, that the digital displays are technically capable of coordinating with each other to the extent that we want to do seasonal programming, citywide art installations, immersive experiences, coordinate with these major events, et cetera? Can this potential...
The technology exists, yes. And these operators have operated in other cities, and they can tell you that, they're able to do that. it would just be up to the city for us to give them the content to do that.
Yeah, so I am like deeply concerned that we are not ready with the 20% of our time. And I would just say we need to have further discussion on that, and someone needs to be programming this, or we need to put it to a third-party contractor that specializes in this for like civic engagement, art, immersive experiences, et cetera. I just want to put that on the record. Thanks. Councilmember Hall. Are we still in questions? No. Okay. We're going to comments on the ordinance.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation with the amendments as indicated by staff tonight, and would like to incorporate some direction on how we spend some of the funding. So the first $5 million, I think, would go to the realignment plan as already approved by council. And above $5 million, I don't want to be overly prescriptive, but I'd like to see some division that is approximately 10% towards repayment of the borrowing against our housing trust fund until that fund is repaid. 85% towards revitalization efforts into downtown public and business infrastructure. For example, tenant improvements, continuing development of the Promenade 3.0 plan, or what I would really love to see, a program such as a zero-interest public loans for conversion of retail space to bars, restaurants, and nightclubs, and up to 5% for a new moving image media art program creation and maintenance, such as seen in West Hollywood.
That was a lot.
Can I, sorry.
I'll second that.
Okay. Moved by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Zwick. It appears there are some questions and Negretti's in the queue.
Just quickly, you said that percentage that would go to bars, nightclubs, and restaurants. Are you saying only bars, nightclubs, and restaurants, or you're just emphasizing?
No, I just was suggesting that that could be a thing that we do with that approximate 85% allocation.
Could it also extend to other types of businesses, though?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Well, I think if I heard correctly, Councilmember Hall was saying to do tenant improvements to attract the types of, yeah.
Right.
But there's also retail, yeah.
Yeah, not like, again, not trying to be overly prescriptive here, but I think as we try to shift our downtown towards a more entertainment experience, that we would want to be incentivizing tenant improvements that lean towards that.
Councilmember Zwick. Mayor Pro Tem Zwick.
Thank you for this. It's obviously a big step that we're contemplating, and I'll admit it's one that I'm not free of reservations about. Digital signs are a big change to our landscape in the downtown, and not always my personal favorite thing. I do think that the place where staff have arrived or landed at regarding the corners of our intersections on the Promenade and Santa Monica Place are an elegant, limiting sort of way of thinking of this program in a limited fashion. I do think that the Promenade was a really bold idea and a really great one. This is bold too. It's frankly not our living room anymore, as much as I think we all want it to be. And it hasn't been for some time for residents. Ultimately, I think, as was stated by some people, I'm thinking less about the money itself that might be generated by these signs, but the fact that we have in our realignment plan already budgeted for infrastructure improvements, safety improvements, activations, and I'm thinking of all those things that we're expecting funds for, and the things that we hope to do in our downtown, whether it comes to the infrastructure improvements around a possible Promenade 3.0, ongoing safety and cleanliness improvements in our downtown, and the activations that we are really ramping up in these spaces. That's what I want to see in our downtown, and I have to say that I think it's vital. It's absolutely vital that we be investing in these things as we've promised we are, and this is a key part of that. I'm very also excited by the idea that we could use some portion of the money when it comes to facilitating commercial tenant improvements for uses that are frankly just require some pretty expensive upfront costs. Creating commercial kitchens, HVAC systems, and all the required things from a sort of blank box retail space is quite expensive. So to the extent that we could use some portion of the funds for subsidies or low interest loan programs for those sorts of commercial tenant improvements, I think it would really aid the goals and the vision that we're trying to seek down there. And for all those reasons, I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Councilmember Zernskaya.
I just wanted to ask if Councilmember Hall could please repeat the proposed allocation. Sorry, went through that kind of fast.
Sure. Again, the first $5 million would be to the realignment plan. When we approved the realignment plan, we conservatively estimated $4.5 million in revenue to budget towards the programs and personnel in the realignment plan. So I bumped that up to $5 million. And then above $5 million, again, don't want to be overly prescriptive, but I'd like to see some division that is approximately 10% towards repayment of the borrowing against our housing trust fund until it's repaid, at which point that allocation would go towards the other 85%, which is revitalization efforts into our downtown public and business infrastructure, and then up to 5% for a new moving image media art program creation and maintenance, such as seen in West Hollywood.
So to make sure I'm understanding, 85% of ongoing revenues would go towards that, or is initial? Because I know there's the startup fee plus the ongoing annual.
The
max.
ongoing.
Okay, so of the ongoing max, the proposed split is 85% towards supporting downtown's revitalization efforts, and would, in your envisioning, would that be primarily up to the discretion of Downtown Santa Monica Inc., or in conjunction with the council?
No, entirely the city.
Okay, all right. Okay. So, all right, I can be supportive of that, but I do think that I would love to be more clear in the future about be able to communicate out to the public how we're actually investing those funds into downtown and supporting those revitalization efforts. And the only other comment that I wanted to make is that we have been so focused on a clean and safe Santa Monica and public safety being, one of our highest priorities, if not the highest priority. And I believe that for, whatever concerns folks may have about these, having better lighting in downtown and in these specific areas will help address some of those public safety concerns. Because just speaking for myself personally, when a place is better lit, I feel safer. And I feel that most folks are likely in that same camp as well. So thank you. And I will be supporting this motion tonight.
Councilmember Negrete.
I just wanted to point out, I think I know where the council's going. I feel like, the money that we're talking about is an opportunity to reinvest. I also have reservations about, turning it into a mini Vegas. And my biggest concern is that, a sign is not done in the way that we are imagining it to be artful and nice, but we hope that that's the case. And also that 30 years is a really long time. And I don't know where digital media and advertisement is going to be in 30 years. So I just hope that we're not regretting this when I'm 75 years old. But I don't know. I just wanted to say that I understand everyone's concerns. This is sort of a tough situation up here, but I'm hopeful that not just that the financial piece of it, that we're not just selling ourselves out, but that we actually see that this is kept up really well, and that we see some more community benefits from the signs themselves.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Snell in the queue, but I would just say to the point on the term, I think we can discuss that during the DA discussion. Go ahead. Jesse, you want to let him borrow?
Okay, real quick. I too have some real reservations with respect to the amount of signs that we're talking about initially, and the effect of our downtown with respect to it, particularly on the corridors of Arizona with 4 signs, and also in Santa Monica with 4 signs, even though I know we don't have DAs for all those particular properties yet. So I'm really interested in how, and we'll get in further discussion with the individual DAs, but how the rollout will happen and what the effect of the rollout will be. And, based on what I've heard tonight, we at council will have discretion as to maybe slow down this project if for some reason we're seeing that it's not benefiting the community where it is, because it really will change, I believe, our downtown. And so I do have some concerns about it, but I don't have a problem with Councilman Hall discretionary of the funds with respect to it.
Great. Let's take a vote. Oh, sorry. Well, maybe we can start on the other end. Oh, sorry about that.
Well, I was going to start with Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin is absent, or he recused himself. Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
And Mayor Trosas?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. We will now move on to the DA portion, which I think is when we can talk about the specifics related to each design. Sorry, I'm just orienting myself in the agenda here. So we're going back to the 12 series. And we will start, I guess, with 12B for the digital display at 1202 3rd Street Promenade.
And Mayor, for the record, we have no request to speak. We have to.
Great. No request to speak on this item. And just can you remind us when do we need to disclose ex parte communications?
They're not required. They're not required for DAs because they're legislative and not quasi-judicial. So you could voluntarily, but they're not required under your rules of order.
Got it. Maybe when we go into comments, if people want to voluntarily disclose anything, we can. But Ms. Kwok, go ahead.
Lucky for you, I will a fast talker and I'll go through these quickly. All right. So what's before you for this item is an ordinance, introduction and first reading of ordinance for the development agreement at 1202 3rd Street Promenade. If you don't know this property, it is the John Reed Building at the corner of 3rd and Wilshire. Applicant is United XYZ. They are the owner of the property. I just want to also mention that since the publication of the council staff report, there are some proposed revisions that are indicated in green of this presentation, which I'll go over. As I mentioned, this development agreement is being proposed in accordance with the district ordinance, which we just went over. The development agreement has been drafted based on the template that is to ensure that all operators and building owners are treated fairly and equitably. I mentioned the 4 DA applications. The one before you here is for one digital display. Also, as I said before, Susan has done a wonderful job of drafting all these development agreements based on the template that is intended to apply universally to all these development agreement applicants. They have been adjusted and obviously revised to reflect the negotiated terms for each site, reflecting its unique conditions and operations. And so these development agreements have been drafted to ensure that we do a full analysis of CEQA impacts and that we are treating all the applicants and building owners fairly and equitably. And I mentioned that there's minor deviations to account for the unique circumstances of the site. All of these DAs would become effective once the ordinance becomes effective. So these are the council considerations you should consider in your review and approval of the project, whether or not the project and the negotiated benefits advances the city's vision of the downtown, degree to which the project features and the negotiated community benefit drives economic recovery of the 3rd Street Promenade and the downtown district, whether or not the proposed design is appropriate to the existing building and surrounding context, whether or not the proposed display provides innovation with civic responsibility, and whether or not the project and its community benefits supports the city's public objectives for increasing economic investment, revenue generation, cultural enrichment, and activation. So here's the project site, the picture of the project site. This is the John Reed Building, housing the John Reed Gym. This is a landmark building, has a late streamlined modern architectural design. It's approximately 44,000 square feet. It's within the Bayside Commercial Zoning District. So this is one of the one of the permitted corner locations that's in the district ordinance. This is a rendering of the display. As you can see, it has a curved linear design. It's simplistic. It has been, thanks to consultation with architectural historians, it has been revised significantly to really just kind of pull back the older, you might have seen renderings before, but it had some architectural elements. We wanted to make sure it was more simplistic in keeping with the landmark design, so that that fluted tower, which is a character-defining feature, kind of remains kind of hopefully the prominent feature of the building. So the proposed display is about 1,000 square feet. It's mounted on the building and kind of wraps that fluted tower. It would be a full motion display. And because of the way that the building sits and the other requirements, it does project 5 feet into the 3rd Street promenade right away. One of the things that is being proposed is reactivation of this historic blade sign. So right now there's nothing there. So they would, as part of the project, they would be reactivating it, basically putting in the signage or putting the name of the current occupant on that blade sign. Another thing they would be doing is doing a historic commemorative installation on the ground floor to really recognize the landmark status of this building. This is an image of a historic image of what the building looked like before. It was a JCPenney building. So the development agreement, I mentioned the 30-year term. Just to be clear, the 30-year term is not in the ordinance. This has been negotiated. This development agreement has been negotiated with a 30-year term with option for two 10-year extensions. And so that would be subject to the city's discretion. Any major modifications to the display would be subject to a DA amendment. For example, if they wanted to increase the size of the display, that is not consistent with the ordinance, so that would require a DA amendment. Also, there's a building permit, outside building permit issuance date, meaning that they have a certain number of years to construct a display. Once the DA becomes effective, they have 2 years. That may be extended for 12 months with director approval. One thing that was originally in the ordinance was content guidelines. We've heard that there's some desire to add more standards, and so we've asked the applicants to instead include them within the development agreement. And so these advertisement content standards would instead be appended to each DA. So here are the standards. I know there was mention about prohibiting advertisement of tobacco, alcohol, and cannabis products. That's one of them. Political advertisements would not be permitted as well, and predatory lending services, predatory solicitation and or displays that display false or misleading or deceptive content would be prohibited as well. And these have been added to address concerns we've heard about, kind of the, ambulance chaser ads that we've heard. Okay, what's in the development agreement in terms of financial community benefits? The one-time contribution of $500,000, which would be paid upon the display building permit date. So this amount would escalate 3% if it's not paid by June 30th, and then it would escalate annually thereafter at 3%. And then also, as part of the development agreement for this display, there would be an annual community benefit payment equal to the greater of either 20% of the gross revenues from advertisement or the minimum annual guarantee of $500,000 with a 3% escalation rate starting on June 30th, 2027. I mentioned in the ordinance there was that saturation discount, and this was to really address the concern that, once you hit a certain number of displays, those displays no longer become a premium product. And so what's in the development agreement is disallowance of a saturation discount at display 10 and an additional 3% thereafter. And there was a concern about city's auditing rights. We have the right to audit twice a year. That is the terms of how we do that, the obligations of the applicant about keeping records. That's all outlined in the development agreement. In building occupancy, this is a very important point in the development agreement negotiations. What's been negotiated for this development agreement is minimum building occupancy thresholds that start at the commencement date of the digital display, meaning that once the sign receives its final inspection and building permit, they have to start meeting this building occupancy thresholds. All of these. So it's the 50% of rentable floor area within the total building, the existing building, and the entire ground floor has to be occupied as well. There is a definition added in there as to what occupancy means. Occupancy means that, it is physically occupied, not vacant, and also open for business. So that has been added to the definition and been added to the development agreement. That is a new change as highlighted in green. And so if the occupancy thresholds are not met under this DA for more than 12 months, there is what we call a supplemental MAG, basically almost a fine, where the MAG is increased by 25% on a non-compounded per rata daily basis. So they have to meet those occupancy thresholds. If they don't meet that within 4 years, the city has the right to shut off the display. And if it's not met for 5 years, then we can terminate the development agreement. There are exceptions. If the building is undergoing major repair under an active building permit, we wouldn't consider that unoccupied. Or if there's if the display is damaged for some reason and they need to undergo repair, we wouldn't consider, or not, damage. But if the building has an active lease and they're undergoing major repair remodeling for that new tenant, we would not consider that unoccupied. Okay, and the city and art content, I talked about this in the ordinance presentation, so I'm not going to go through this. This is the same stuff. Basically, it's the 20% total annual operating time. We have the right to allocate those city content into blocks to create coordinated displays. A key consideration of this development agreement is that I mentioned the historic building and the landmark status. This display has been revised to really minimize and make this display more simple and more in keeping with the character of the building. In consultation with the consultant, the display ensures that at least the upper portion of that tower remains visible. And as part of the ordinance, we are required to make historic findings, or the city manager is required to make these findings. So I'm going to turn it over to Oliver so that he can make these findings for approval of the development agreement.
So as part of the City Council's consideration of the development agreement at 1202 3rd Street, the review with our staff, with the historic consultant, has led me to certify that, one, the digital display is installed in a manner that is reversible, as defined by the Secretary of the Interior Standards for the Treatment of Historic Properties. That, two, the digital display will not materially alter the existing building, such that its significance would be materially impaired. And three, all physical characteristics that convey the existing building's significance will remain intact behind the digital display screen, as determined by a qualified historic preservation professional.
Thank you, Oliver. Also, I want to highlight a couple of amendments to development agreement that is required if you were to approve this project and development agreement. The amendments are highlighted in green, and these are just additional findings in conformance with the ordinance, which is adding that the development agreement will not be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of city residents based on factors including but not limited to such factors as distracted driving, pedestrian and driver safety, light and glare aesthetics. Finding number 6, just adding in the last sentence that says these benefits would not otherwise accrue to the public in the absence of the installation of the digital display. And with that, I'm going to end my presentation with these 2 recommendations, which is adopt the findings of category exemptions pursuant to CEQA guidelines, and then introduce for first reading an ordinance to approve the DA with the amendments I mentioned throughout this presentation and have been highlighted in green. Thank you. And I believe the applicant here is also here to answer your questions and to provide their presentation.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Sorry, could you please go back to the last slide? I'm sorry.
That should say 1202. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
It should say 1202.
Okay, 1202.
Yes.
Okay,
Third Street.
Thank you. Just
My
wanted to make
changes
sure I
were not
wasn't
syncing with me today.
Just wanted to make sure I wasn't
Thank
losing
you.
my mind. Thank you.
Any folks have any questions?
And just as a thank you for pointing that out. Also, it should say findings of category exemptions. In addition to these sections, I want to add 15331, which is not in here. Whatever is in their staff report.
Okay, I have a couple of, since no one else is getting in the queue. What is the city's prerogative to cancel the DA if there's some sort of breach?
We'd have to follow the default procedure. We'd have to give notice of the default. We'd have to give the right to cure. And then we just have to see if they did cure the default. And if they did cure the default, then there is no default. If they don't cure the default, then the remedies are in Article 11 of the development agreement, which would allow for termination, the right of enforcement. So.
And do we feel comfortable that the enforcement tools in the DA are sufficient, i.e. if there's some sort of breach of the content rules that we've just outlined, the maintenance standards or the occupancy requirements?
So I think we have to separate them into categories, and I will defer to the city attorney on the First Amendment issues and content. But as to the other, yes, we believe that we have been sufficiently specific in order to be able to enforce the contract as written, and we will.
Any further questions? Comments? Motions? Zernitskaya.
I'll move the staff recommendation with the corrections read into the record.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin is absent. Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Snow?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya? Yes. And Mayor Trosas?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, 12C. And just for everyone following along, that is at 301 Arizona and 1253 3rd Street.
And for the record, Mayor, we have no speakers on this public hearing item.
Okay, and I assume that the staff report is similar, so we can perhaps go to the renderings. Right. Okay.
Happy to hear that. All right. Oh.
I mean, it's a public hearing, so normally an applicant would make a presentation. We would advise that we at least ask them. You know,
sorry, I wasn't sure that.
Yeah,
there wasn't one on the last one, so we're happy to hear from an applicant.
Okay, yeah, we just want to make sure that's on the record.
Is council amenable to waiving the applicant's presentation?
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Great. Let's proceed.
Okay, fast forward. So this is for the project site at 301 Arizona, northeast corner. This is the Foot Locker building. It is a Bayside Commercial District as well, 4-story building. Here's the rendering. This is the night image. As you can see, it has the design has been changed since its initial application in response to staff comments. We think that it reflects better the current style of the building with this kind of tiered effect of the building. It's 1,000 square feet, full motion, approximately 66 feet in width and 19 feet in height. There are some projections of 10 feet into the 3rd Street right-of-way and 8 feet into the Arizona right-of-way. The reason why there are these projections is so that you're all aware is sometimes the building does not sit completely flush against the property line. There are also some instances where, you know, for example, in this sign, it's been kind of angled away from the residential uses across the street at Victoria's Secret. So it does project out into the right-of-way for a number of reasons. Again, this is a 30-year term with the same 2 10-year extensions, and then there's also the same terms of the outside building permit issuance date, and then there's also the option to be extended for 12 months with director approval. Again, I want to mention the content standards that would be added to this development agreement, which are shown on this slide. So this, in terms of the community benefits, it's also the $500,000 to be paid upon the display completion. It would escalate 3% if not paid by June 30th, 2027. Same revenue, same annual community benefit revenue structure of the 20% and the MAG. And the city also has the right to audit twice a year. In terms of building occupancy, this is the same as the other building, 50% of the entire building or the entire ground floor. The occupancy thresholds are required to be met. If they're not met for more than 12 months, again, there's an increase in the MAG. This one has a little bit of different years in terms of the city's right to shut off display. It's 3 years. The reason why the other one was 4 years is because the other one was a landmark building, and so it might take more time to get coastal approval, landmarks approval, and so forth, and that's why this one is 3 years and the other one is 4 years. In terms of the right to terminate the DA, if the occupancy thresholds are met, it's still the same at 5 years. And again, there is the requirement of reporting of vacancies quarterly and defining what occupancy means. City art content the same at 20%. I mentioned the residential uses across the street. There are some upper level residential uses at the Victoria's Secret building. They're the Criterion Promenade Apartments. The display I mentioned has been deliberately designed and angled so that it kind of points away from these residential uses. And so that's also, there are some illumination standards that the project has to adhere to that was talked about in the ordinance. And so this display might require the use of louvers and things like that to minimize light trespass, consistent with the ordinance. Again, these are the same amendments to the development agreement, as I mentioned before. So just adding these texts in green. And yes, and here and then we're asking council to adopt the recommendation of CEQA exemptions, and then introduce for first reading the ordinance to approve this project at 301 Arizona Avenue with the amendments I mentioned. Questions? And again, the applicant is here to provide their presentation and answer questions. You can also choose to waive their presentation.
So I have a question. So with this particular DA, I know that the applicant has built the sign so there won't be a glare across the street into the Victoria's Secret building. Does that mean that based on the DA, they could never put up another sign? I mean, we talked about that before, where these particulars.
Yeah, the ordinance only allows one display per corner building, so they would not be able to.
So is that for all the corner buildings with respect to?
Correct.
Okay, so they couldn't break it up into two displays?
No,
okay.
No.
All right, thank you.
And just to piggyback off of that, we're clear that you cannot subdivide a single display into multiple different ads.
Yes, the ordinance prohibits split screening. Yep.
I will entertain a motion.
I'll move staff recommendation with the amendments as projected.
I'll second.
Great. Let's have a vote.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin is absent. Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
And Mayor Trosas?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. We will now move on to 12D, development agreement for the 1310 3rd Street Promenade building. And do we want to hear from the applicant, or should we waive that? I think we're good to waive it. I don't even know if the applicant, is the applicant here? Did they want to say something? Feel free. Okay, great.
No public speakers.
Y'all are making this very easy for me. Excited. Okay, third one, 1310 3rd Street. This is for the digital display at 1310 3rd Street Promenade. This is the AMC building, so it's also at the corner of Arizona and the Promenade. Again, the edits to the council staff report and development agreement ordinance are indicated in green. I'm going to skip to the project site. This is the AMC building. It's one story with a mezzanine. Here is the revised design of the display. Again, this design has been revised in response to staff comments. It's 1,000 square feet. It does project into the right-of-way of 5 feet onto 3rd Street and 3.5 feet into Arizona. So this is the same 30-year term agreement with the option for 2 2-year extensions, same requirements for major modifications outside building permit issuance date and allowance for extensions. Also, I want to note that we're also adding the same advertisement content standards, including the 2 that's underlined, and these are voluntarily provided or agreed to by the applicant. Financial community benefits is also a $500,000 to be paid upon display completion or the building permit date, as well as there's the annual community benefit payment equal to 20% of the annual gross revenues or the minimum annual guarantee, whichever is greater, which is the $500,000. So this also has the same building occupancy, which is the 50% of the rentable floor area and the entire ground floor of the existing building. These building occupancy thresholds, again, start at the commencement date of the digital display, meaning once that sign goes up, they have to start meeting the occupancy thresholds. If their occupancy thresholds are not met for more than 12 months, the MAG is increased, again, on a prorated daily basis by 25%. And then they have 3 years. If within 3 years they're not compliant with the occupancy thresholds, the city has the right to shut off the display, and in 5 years we can terminate the DA. Again, there are exceptions if the building's undergoing major repair, remodeling, or reconstruction. They must also notify the city of vacancies quarterly, and then also what we're adding into the development agreement is the definition of occupancy, as indicated here in the green. Again, this one is not is not to the north, but it is to the west of the Victoria's Secret apartments, the upper level residential uses. We did do a lighting study for this one, and the lighting effects of this display would be below the standards. Again, the green text is additional amendments to development agreement ordinance and development agreements. And so we are asking council to adopt the findings of categorical exemptions, as well as introduce an ordinance for first reading to approve the development agreement, substantial in the form attached for the display at 1310 3rd Street Promenade with the amendments as I stated.
Councilmember Snell has a question.
Okay, so can you bring the slide back? So with respect to this project, you're telling me that the light would be directly across the street to the Victoria's Secret where they're
Yes, it's on the west side.
And you're saying that won't affect the tenants with respect to that particular
No,
building?
because the way that the sign positioning is it's below the standards.
When you say below the standards, what do you mean?
We have standards established of 3-foot candles in the ordinance, and so it would be below 3-foot candles in terms of the lighting impacts on that building.
And then with respect to this particular project, I mean, this might go to the city manager. My understanding is that the owner is in that the bank has taken over the project.
Yes, it is in receivership.
So, what kind of recourse should ownership change, or I mean, with respect to this particular project?
The development agreement is recorded against the property, so it follows title. So whoever has title is the owner. They would be responsible. The receiver is basically acting as an agent of the owner by court order. So they are responsible for executing the development agreement, and during the time that they are the receiver in effect, they would have to comply as if they were the owner, but ultimately it's the title owner of the property. So if they were to sell the property, the development agreement covenants would run with the land.
So what you're telling me is the receiver would sign this DA?
Yes. In fact, only the receiver can sign the DA.
At this present time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The receiver, a representative from the receiver here.
Yes, I believe they are, right? No? Their attorney's here.
And they're amenable to this?
Good evening, Spencer Calick with Alan Mackins. To be clear, I actually do not represent the receiver. I represent Big Outdoor, which is the sign operator. We've been in close communication with both AMC and the receiver. They're supportive of this moving forward.
Okay.
Thanks.
I would just say that this one is the least attractive of all the ones that you've provided to us, and would love if it could be a little bit more context sensitive, but I don't know if there's anything to do about that at this point.
Our architect, Ben Anderson, is here if you want to chat about design, but understand that we're late at night here. I know this is something that went forward to the Planning Commission, got approved from the Planning Commission. Happy to get any additional feedback and to work with staff on the final product.
Yeah, I'm just giving that feedback for your future planning and design. Go ahead, Councilmember Hall.
I would respectfully disagree. I actually like the design on this, and I don't want to get into a debate about the artistry of these projects. So unless the applicant wishes to do a presentation, I'm prepared to make the motion to or move the staff recommendation.
We waive the presentation. Here to answer questions.
Second that.
And are we ready for a roll
Yep.
call vote? Okay. Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin is absent. Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Snow?
No.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Trosas?
No.
Okay, but motion still passes.
Okay, we will move on to 12E, 395 Santa Monica Place.
This last item before you is for the development agreement for 4 digital displays at 395 Santa Monica Place, which is the shopping center. This one was actually the first one that came in. It's for 4 full motion digital displays. The applicant is Big Outdoor. They are also the sign operator. So they are also here with a presentation if you want, as well as to answer questions. Again, there are additional edits since publication of the staff report, which are indicated in green in the staff report. So there are 4 sign locations, and I'm just going to go over this pretty quickly. Display A is at the corner of 4th and Colorado, so it's directly across from the metro station. Display B is actually on parking structure 7 at the corner of 4th and Broadway. Display C is at the Tesla building at 3rd and Broadway. And lastly, display D is at 2nd and Broadway. Display A, here's the existing site photo. Again, it's the 4th and Colorado, right across from the metro station. And then here's the rendering of the display. It has been revised since the initial application. It used to only just be on that facade that's facing south, now wraps the corner. It does obscure an art piece. If you never noticed, there is an art piece within that building behind the glass curtain wall, and so it does obscure that art piece. The applicant has indicated they probably just would leave that art piece as is. So this is a 1,000 square foot display. It's has been designed to also try to angle away from the residential uses. That's across the street on 4th Street. Display B is at 395. Is at the 4th corner of 4th and Broadway, and it's on parking structure number 7. Because this is a city-owned parking structure, we are also asking for council recommendation to approve the license agreement. So for this digital display. Okay. Right. So here's a rendering of the display. It does require removal of that rusted existing architectural projection you just saw. So as you can see here, there's that architectural projection, so that needs to be removed for that. And then display C is over at 2nd and Broadway, and so this is the old Nordstrom's building. And here's the display renderings, also 1,000 square feet. In terms of the projections, it is 2 feet into Broadway and 3.5 feet into 2nd Street as measured from the property line. And all of these displays that display A through C are placed about more than 14.5 feet above the sidewalk and the roadway. Display D is over at the Tesla building, and this sign and this display is a little slightly smaller at 650 square feet, and it's more of a vertical orientation. And with this display, it's not shown in the attached plans, but it is 11.5 feet from the sidewalk. However, that is measured quite a bit away from the property line. I think it's 42 inches. So for this display, it does not meet that 14.5, but it is 11.5. So this council would have the authority to approve that lower height pursuant to the ordinance. Okay, this is not working for me, and it's stuck. Okay, there it goes. Okay, so display D faces onto the upper level residential uses to the north. These are the ones that are kind of set back from the promenade. They're above Lululemon. So the display will be required to comply with the ordinance illumination standards and luminance standards to minimize light impacts. So they will be required to, it is being angled away to try to avoid light spillage. This development agreement also is a 30-year term with an option for two-year extensions, the same requirements for major modifications, as well as the outside building permit issuance date. Also adding the same advertisement content standards in there. And so for this one, there is a one-time contribution of $500,000 each for displays, A through C, which are the 1,000 square foot ones that would be paid upon display completion. Display D, which is the one that is the Tesla building one, is reduced in proportionally because of the reduced size, because it's at 650,000 square feet. So the one-time contribution is reduced to $325,000. And then, of course, this contribution would escalate 3% annually if not paid by June 30th, 2027. Also, this DA has the annual community benefit payment equal to the greater of either the 20% gross annual revenues or the minimum annual guarantee, which is $500,000 for displays A through C, and then D is for $325,000, again, reflecting the discount because of the smaller signage. Again, the same 3% escalation annual rate starting on June 30th, 2027, and the saturation discount rate. And we also have the right to audit twice a year. So in negotiating the building occupancy thresholds, we want to recognize that Santa Monica Place is different. It is a shopping center. There are a lot of kind of different tenant spaces. And so staff and the applicant worked really hard to establish these building occupancy thresholds, which would start at the later of January 1st, 2027, or the commencement date of the digital display, whichever is later. And so the first building occupancy threshold is 50% of the total leasable floor area within the shopping center. So at least 50% of the shopping center has to be leased out and occupied. And then the second threshold is that 100% of the ground floor of the existing building to which the sign is installed on has to be occupied. So, for example, that display D on the Tesla building, that Tesla space has to be 100% occupied. And then also for the one at the corner of 4th and Colorado, that existing building, the ground floor has to be 100% occupied. And then there is also this third threshold, which is that whatever is left of the ground floor, the remaining, they have to meet the remaining 20% of that, ground floor has to be occupied. So that was kind of a compromise, a way to really recognize that Santa Monica Place is, unique, has a lot of tenancies, retail tenants. And so we really want to try to make sure that the buildings to which the sign are installed are at least occupied on the ground floor. And so there are also different occupancy thresholds reflecting the unique nature of the shopping center. So if the occupancy thresholds are not met for more than 18 months for the first or the second, the I and the two I's, 1 and 2, the MAG is increased by 25% on a pro rata daily basis. And then for the third threshold, if it's not met for more than 24 months, then it's increased. And this is to recognize that, the owner is trying their best to really occupy this shopping center, and they're really looking at those anchor spaces first to kind of draw in the smaller retail tenants. And so that's why that third threshold, occupancy threshold, has a little bit more time in terms of occupancy. Again, I want to note that we want to revise the development agreement ordinance to define occupancy, meaning that it's physically occupied, and requiring that they notify us quarterly of any vacancies. City art content remains the same for this development agreement. Again, these findings, amendments to the development agreement ordinance findings, the text indicated in green would be added. And then just also want to note that there was an inadvertent error citation to the owner on the development agreement ordinance. So we want to correct that to say Tri-Guild, which is the receiver of the site. So with that, I'll leave you with these 3 recommendations, which is to adopt the findings of categorical exemptions pursuant to CEQA, and then introduce an ordinance for first reading to approve the development agreement for the displays at 395 Santa Monica Place, and also to approve the license agreement with Tri-Guild for the installation and operation of the display on parking structure 7.
Thank you, Councilmember Zernskaya. Oh, my apologies.
I just wanted to announce for the record on this public hearing item, we do not have any requests to speak.
Thank you, and we can go ahead and waive the comment. Apparently, someone would like to comment.
Sorry, we just want to clarify on the project plans, that Tesla sign, the minimum clearance is 11.5 feet, as Rachel said, and please, if you could incorporate that, because it's just not dimensioned on the plans that you guys are approving, the 11.5 feet minimum clearance from the sidewalk. Thank you.
Okay, and you're not going to let anyone hit it with a baseball bat?
No, and Albin will go fix it if it does.
Great. Councilmember Zernskaya.
Thank you. So I just had I had kind of 2 high-level questions. I don't know how high-level. I had 2 questions about this. So if we could go back to the occupancy requirements for this particular one. So 50% of total leasable floor area within the entire mall would have to be occupied, and when it says 100% of the ground floor of the existing building to which the sign is installed on, so for parking structure 7,
doesn't
that
count.
Wouldn't be
that
an
doesn't
issue.
count. It's not leasable. Yeah.
For the former Nordstrom site, that would have to be fully leased out, but it could, hypothetically, they could split it so that it could be different stores on the different levels. So, or are they intending to rent out that entire space?
I think the way it's done in development agreement is that there is an exhibit attached to the development agreement which defines what is counted as the ground floor space. And so for the Nordstrom, I believe the ground floor is just the ground floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
So hypothetically, if there were a tenant who rented out, who leased the entire space, but they've only occupied the ground floor, that still counts?
Yes.
And then the Tesla store is, the ground floor is leased
I believe
out,
there's
so
only
that
ground
would.
floor. Mm-hmm.
And then on the other side at Fourth and Colorado, that used to be, is that still Bloomingdale's? Does it used to be?
No, they have a new occupant coming in, Club Studio, and so the lease has been signed, and they should occupy that area within, I think, next year. Yeah.
Okay. And then for remaining 20% of the ground floor of the shopping center, do we know if that's where that kind of is or will be?
It's basically whatever is left of the ground floor. So it could be the old Rolex space, or it could be any one of those other spaces. So yeah.
And then the other kind of question I had, we had heard some concerns from the owners of a property across the street at 4th and Broadway about the office tenants. And I understand that we were, rightfully so, I believe, more concerned with the impacts on potential residential tenants. But I was just wondering, have we considered or potentially looked at addressing those concerns?
Yeah, I mean, commercial uses generally are not, they were never considered sensitive uses to light, because if you're in the office, you're going to have light on that's probably going to be brighter than the light coming in from the displays because you're working. And so commercial uses are not considered sensitive light uses just because by nature, they're not requiring darkness for sleep. And so, again, the lighting study really only looked at residential uses because that's why lighting standards in commercial areas are typically higher. It's to recognize the fact that commercial uses are generally require lighting, if anything, to have workers be able to work at night.
But should those should those tenants potentially experience any sort of negative effects, they would be able to call on the
there is still
applicant for the good neighbor.
Yes,
also.
correct. Yeah, and then also just to be clear too, we also as part of the lighting study, we also analyzed the lighting effects of all 16 digital displays, including that one at the corner, and we looked at what the light trespass impacts would be at all the sensitive uses surrounding it. And so almost all of them are less than significant. They are not, it's not a light spillage effect. And then to the extent they are, the ordinance does require that the applicant provide a lighting study too prior to them beginning operation.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Zwick.
Sorry, I feel thick here, but when it says remaining 20%, it's meaning the remaining ground floor area is 20%, or 20% of the remaining ground floor area needs to be occupied?
It's if you took that entire ground floor, you subtract out the club studio, you subtract the Nordstrom's or whatever, the Tesla, that 20% of what's remaining has to be occupied.
20% of what's remaining?
Yeah.
Not the remaining 20% of the ground floor? No. Well, sorry, I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah,
okay.
Right. Yeah, I guess that should have been written clearer up there. Sorry.
Okay, so it's not all of the remaining space. It's 20%
of what's remaining after subtracting out the ground floor.
Those three areas.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
One quick question.
Yeah.
What's the occupancy right now in the mall? Is it more than 50%?
It's pretty low. I think 30% to 20 to 30%, I believe. 25.
Mm-hmm. We can certainly have the applicant come up, but if I recall, it was like 21% physically occupied. But they did share with us in negotiations. They are certainly working very hard to fill those spaces.
Refresh my memory again. It has to be occupied before the signs go on, or what was it?
So yeah, the way it works is that the sign, those occupancy thresholds are triggered at the later of January 1, 2027, or the date that the sign turns on, essentially. So to the extent it's not occupied at that time, depending on which of these conditions it falls into, like, for example, if it was one of the vacant ground floor spaces, they could have up to 18 months to fill that space, is, under the terms here.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Great. Well, I would just say that I was excited to be able to meet with the applicant and the team. Excited to hear about the tenanting plan forthcoming. Excited about the police substation, and I think that these forthcoming billboards will add to the ambiance and no worries of the mall as we hopefully get it a little bit more occupied and activated. And it doesn't look like we have any other comments, so does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll move to approve the staff recommendation with amendments as stated by staff. And the correct clarification as
The 11.5 feet above sidewalk.
I'll second it.
Great, let's go take a vote.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin is absent, Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
and Mayor Trosas.
Yes,
Yep,
thank
motion
you.
passes.
We will now move on to the 16 items, and Councilmember Raskin, please return. I believe we're hearing all of them together as consent, or sorry, not hearing, but voting on all of them together as consent, minus the appointments to the TOT and the Disabilities Commission. So I would entertain a motion to approve the 16 items.
I'd like to move 16C, D, and E.
I'll second that.
And for the record, the appointments to be continued, I'm assuming you want to continue it after the boards and commissions review?
Wait, sorry, I didn't understand that question.
For 16A and B, sounded like you wanted to continue the item. Did you want to postpone it until after the clerk's office?
I think we did discuss that last meeting to hear the full update on the boards and commissions. So we will, Natalia's looking.
I believe the only exception to that was where there was a
Quorum problem and they
issue,
were meeting.
which I believe is an issue for the transient occupancy tax advisory
Is
committee.
there a meeting of the TOT before the January meeting?
Not anytime soon, no.
Okay, great. So Councilmember Hall, will you amend your motion to continue items 16A and B and approve the remainder?
Yes. So continue item 16A and B and pass C through E.
What about F?
F is an appointment.
Oh, sorry.
So we'll continue A, B, and F.
No, we're doing F.
Sorry, my apology. Okay, great. Continuing A and B and approving the rest with the exception of 16F. But I don't, okay.
Can
Anyone second or no? Second. I second.
Oh, sure.
Sorry.
Moved by Hall, seconded by Negrete.
Okay, Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Trosas.
Yes. That carries. Now we will hear 16F. Would anyone like to be would anyone be interested in serving on the City Clerk Ad Hoc Committee? Zernitskaya.
I'd like to move that we appoint Councilmember Harl, Mayor Pro Tem Torosis, and myself as the temporary ad hoc council committee for the city clerk recruitment process.
I'll second.
Is anyone else interested?
Okay, hearing none, Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
and Mayor Trosas.
Yes, that carries. We have two adjournments before we move back to closed session. Really quickly, when we adjourn this meeting, I move that we adjourn in memory of Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle Singer Reiner. I think all of us felt profoundly sad and understand the loss for our community, the arts and entertainment industry, but also the larger social justice movement that they represented. They lived their lives with purpose, creativity, and a deep commitment to the values they held dear. Michelle Singer Reiner was a talented photographer, producer, and creative force, as well as a devoted partner and advocate for justice and community. Rob Reiner was also devoted significant energy and leadership to advancing early childhood development, believing deeply in the importance of investing in children and families. I think you may recall he was the chair of the first 5 LA Commission and really was the force behind Prop 10, understanding that this was the foundation for a just and thriving society. Together, both Rob and Michelle exemplified lives of purpose, creativity, and civic engagement. Their impact knows no borders. Their work, values, and voices reach far beyond any single city, touching countless lives, including many here in Santa Monica. We honor their legacy, extend our deepest condolences to their family and loved ones, and adjourn this meeting in their memory. May they both rest in peace.
We also adjourned tonight in honor of Jubilant Sykes. Jubilant was a beloved member of the Santa Monica community, and he is remembered as an accomplished baritone singer and a devoted friend and neighbor. Jubilant was active internationally on the opera stage, in concert and in musicals, and he performed contemporary worship music, African American spirituals, gospel, funk, and pop. Jubilant Roberto Sykes was born in Los Angeles on September 17, 1954, to Robert and Eloise Sykes. He later said that his mother named him Jubilant because she wanted him to become, well, jubilant. Sykes' musical career was prolific. One contemporary noted that he performed in a jazz club one night and in Beethoven's Ninth Symphony the next day. According to one gospel music scholar, he carried on the tradition of black vocalists like Paul Robeson, who helped preserve and elevate African American spirituals. In 2009, he was nominated for a Grammy Award for the Best Classical Album for his performance as The Celebrant on a 2008 recording of Leonard Bernstein's 1971 Mass. Jubilant performed with a wide range of artists, including, among others, Julie Andrews, Josh Groban, Carlos Santana, John Williams, and Brian Wilson. In Southern California, Sykes became a familiar presence not only on major stages, but also in community and in educational settings. He returned several times to his alma mater, Cal State Fullerton, to give master classes and to speak with students about his career in the music industry. He served as artistic advisor to the Orchestra Santa Monica, performing and narrating in its programs and appearing in commissioned works such as Potentia. Since Jubilant's tragic passing, I've heard many warm memories from members of the Santa Monica community who knew and loved Jubilant. May his memory be for blessing.
Thank you, everyone. Are we going to return back after closed session, or we'll just note it in the minutes?
We can note it in the minutes.
Great. So we will now adjourn to closed session. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you in January. Oh, go ahead.
I'm going to try to quickly pull this up, but I will be recusing from the remaining items in closed session. See if I can find the language, but the gist is that they touch upon issues of housing production, and for those reasons, I'll be recusing.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Good night. Happy New Year. And we're here to help, so reach out if you need anything.